address engineering, streets and traffic, water treatment plant, utilities, and wastewater treatment plant. So you got a lot.
We got a lot of people.
Oh man, I went off.
I've had it.
Okay. Carol, this thing work? Okay, this is our yearly presentation for the budget and all for Public Works. As you can see, Public Works carries 5 departments. We have engineering, water plant, sewer plant, utilities, which covers sewers collection and water distribution. So we got 72 authorized positions. As you can see, we have a few openings right now. Like everybody else, we're having a hard time keeping people in, but we're doing the best we can with them. So you can see with our organizational chart what we have there. And we got some good people. We got getting a lot of work done. Okay, this is our budget, how we split it up. Most of it goes towards wastewater reclamation, which is our sewer plant, water treatment plant, water distribution, wastewater collection, in our street department. And then the rest of it is Public Works Administration, engineering, and household hazardous waste. We're also in charge of that. So I think we open that up somewhat every other Saturday or something for residents to be able to bring their hazardous waste to us. Okay. First department is engineering. We have Brett Jamison, who's Assistant Public Works Director and Engineering Supervisor. I have Kenneth Colbert, which is an engineering tech, and we have 2 inspectors. We just got our 2nd inspector this year. Before that, we had 1. But we do civil design, drainage, subsurface, utility, looking at stuff, pre-construction meetings with all the contractors. We prepare all our project estimates, feasibility studies. We do CAD design, and we provide engineering support for all the other city departments on an as-needed basis. So we have quite a bit going on with just a few people in the engineering section. Right now, engineering, we're in charge of inspecting all our private development projects that all the developers are doing. You can see from this list how many projects that we are looking at. Jackson Run, Stonewall, Stratton Place, Greenville Mobile Home Park. But you can see all these units and everything that we're in charge of doing the inspections on this to make sure that they are building at the city standards, because we do inherit this project. Once it's built and completed and accepted and the plat's recorded, then they become city-owned streets and city-owned infrastructure. So that's why we go to a great extent to do all the inspections on that. We have our $50 million bond project, which is a huge project that we've been doing. And I'm pleased on the progress we've made on it. In a short time, in almost just less than a year, what we've got accomplished. And we've got 3.8 miles of sanitary sewers been laid, 559 new sewer laterals have been put in, 38 new manholes, 4 miles of water line been placed, 1.3 miles of full asphalt reconstruction, 3,800 feet of new concrete, 1.3 miles of storm sewer, and 14 new or replaced curb inlets or the drainage boxes. So you can see right there, that's a lot of work we've gotten done. We've got the vast majority of Stanford Street now is completed, getting ready to do the road work on the east section of it. The west is, they got one more section of concrete to do, and then that'll be complete. We're waiting on Atmos Gas to get their stuff out of the way. And then that will be complete. And that really looks good. I mean, it rides nice. Sale Street, even though it's a different bond, and that's one of these. These are city projects we're doing. And you can see all the city projects that we have to look at. Streets we've milled and overlaid, completed, checked the water and sewer underneath them, make sure they're good, checking the base, make sure that's good before we mill and overlay them. But these are all city projects within the bond project that we're doing. You can see there's quite a few of them there. Spencer Street, Washington, Pickett, and those up there, we almost got that whole neighborhood. All the water and sewers being done. Several of the streets have already been paved, and they really look good. Other city projects, we got Roy Warren extension we're doing. We finished Roy Warren from the service road all the way to Traders. That is now complete concrete, really looks good, really rides good. I think y'all driven it. That's completed. We're starting on Roy Warren Extension from Traders to 1570. That's contract's already been let. Contractor's getting his all material together and getting ready to get started on that. We're just now starting on Walnut Street.
Does he have a completion date on that?
Yes, sir. In the contract, we gave him 425 days.
Okay.
That includes the sewer project. The contractor that has the same time frame as the road construction.
Okay.
So that, based upon our experience in some TxDOT guidelines, it's about right for that type of project.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll get it done sooner. So we got Walnut Street getting started. We've already started on the water part of Walnut. We did 16 intersections on Wesley, where all our side streets connected to Wesley, and I think that's been a huge success with all those intersections. Everybody's complaining about all the potholes and everything trying to get off of Wesley onto the side streets. That's turned out good. I think we got probably 8 or 10 more to do that we'll bring it to the Transportation Committee in the future. They're going to get those approved. Like I said, in other city projects, we have the water plant. We've almost rebuilt the water plant with the leadership of this council on approving the funds to do what needed to be done. Lake Tawkney Pump Station, we're getting the last pump delivered next week, so that'll give us 4 pumps down there. So we'll be able to keep up with water, any demand that we have, and that'll hold us for the future demand. That's why we had the 4th pump put in. It was originally 4 pumps down there, so we now have 4 600 horsepower pumps that we can pump. When we get the new water line in, we can pump to 25 to 28 million gallons a day to the water plant. So we're planning for the future with what we're doing. Like I said, Roy Warren Extension, water plant, all the improvements we've done down there. As everybody knows, we're looking at a location for a second water treatment plant to meet our future demand that will hopefully carry us for the next 30 to 40 years. So we are doing future planning and trying to make sure we're doing what's needed. One of the things we're real proud of, we started our water filter project. This has been in the works for quite a few years before I even got here. And that's kicking off now, getting that done. That'll give us the ability to process more water. It won't increase our capacity, but we can actually process more water through the water plant. Our filters are on their last leg, to be honest with you, so this comes at a great time. The Scada System, which is an electronic system that monitors all our pumps, motors, processes electronically, and we have graphic displays of what it shows. We now have a state-of-the-art Scada system. And before, we would try to pull up a pump or pull up a reservoir or a clear well to see what the elevation was, see what it's doing. It would take our old Scada system sometimes 30 and 45 minutes to react. Now we get it instantaneously. And our technicians out there, our operators have picked up on it tremendously. They love it. They said it's the best thing they've ever seen. I mean, they can really monitor what that water plant's doing and make changes instantaneously if they need to. So, and we're real pleased. The Scada company told us that they presented our Scada system at one of their seminars or one of the conventions they go to, and everybody was awed by it. So they want to know, could they make a video of it or send people over to look at our water plant to see what they put in? I said, yes, certainly. We'd be glad to have them come look at it. So that's just one of the things we're doing. We have other projects, water and sewer replacement. Carroll Street that we did, we replaced water and sewer in-house, and then we had a contractor under the bond issue go replace the roadway. The good news is the 250 million gallon concrete clear well at the water plant, hopefully by the end, towards the 3rd week in July, we should have that thing in full operation. We finished all the yard piping that was necessary. We installed what is known as a clay valve, same thing as an altitude valve that allows us to operate that 2.5 million gallon tank in conjunction with the other tanks without overflowing any of them. All that work was completed. And like I said, we hopefully have everything in place. We're waiting for some programming on the valve itself, and then that will be in operation. That gives us 2.5 more million gallons of storage. which will be a tremendous help to us. We got other gravity sewer we're doing. So I'm saying I got a whole list here. I can go on and on and on, but I think y'all can get the gist of what we're trying to do. Next I got is our streets and traffic division. And these are just some pictures. This is just typical of what we do. This is the shredding we're doing that we just finished doing down on Long Branch. We try to do that twice a year. We kind of have to wait for the weather to give us a break for it to dry out some. Because it gets that part of that gets awful wet, so we have to be very careful what we do. But we do street repairs, and we do all the signage in the city, all the stop signs, road signs, street names, all that stuff. That's all done through our sign shop. And here's what we do. Like I said, street repairs, drainage maintenance, sidewalks, curbs, demolition, right-of-way shredding, tree trimming, and street sweeping. I got one gentleman that he loves the street sweeper. He sweeps all the time, man. He loves it. He'll come in at 3 o'clock in the morning on Friday to make sure everything's ready for the weekend for the farmers market and stuff like that. I mean, you find somebody that's got a niche, and he says, what can I sweep today? What can I sweep today? And so he does good. In fact, just recently, he stopped his sweeper, got out, moved a bunch of trash cans out the way so he could sweep. You know, that's the dedication. He said, you know, well, I didn't,
Really great.
yeah, I didn't want to go around them, so I just got out and moved them real quick. So then we got our traffic division, and we do a lot that people don't see. All these events we have in town, we set up all the traffic control. We set up, send out all the barricades, the cones, make sure they have what they need. We coordinate with PD on this, Parks and Rec, about getting everything set up for these events so they will run smoothly. And that's stuff people don't see. They just take for granted it gets done. All our stop signs, street sign repairs, we have to change them out periodically. The state requires us to have certain reflectivity on signs, and they will wear out. The sun bleaches them out, so we change them out as much as we can. Like I said, traffic control for parades, special events. And then we do pavement striping, stop signs, stop bars, center line markings. So we do a lot of stuff with, and honestly, in my traffic division, I have one person. And Mr. Hawkins does an outstanding job with it. So this is just some pictures of what we do. Some of the concrete streets we repair, asphalt. And Mr. Mayor, I'll let you know we are making sure that when they do a patch, it's smooth. We've been really getting.
Council appreciates it, I promise you.
We've been really getting on them with that. And then we do have some dirt roads that we still have to grade. Right now, we're having to contract it out because everybody knows our grader got caught on fire one right before Thanksgiving and burned up. We have a new one on order, but supply chain issues is killing us right now. Drainage maintenance. This is typical of what we do. These are older pictures, I'll admit, but all I'm trying to show is typical of what we do. This is out there shredding part of Long Branch behind some houses. We get in there and shred it down. This is some old flumes that we have. We clean those out, making sure they're draining properly, and then this is kind of what it looks like when we get through. We mow it, clean it out, and get it down the best we can. And we are doing some herbicide spraying, try to knock them down and keep them down. So we're doing what we can most economically. But like I said, we got almost 200 miles of ditching and piping to keep track of. And that's a pretty good job. We only have I think 10 people in our street division. The other thing we do that people don't know is we work with community development and we take down substandard structures. And that's a job. I mean, it looks like we just knock it down, but then we have to haul it to the landfill. In this house right here, that was 20 dumpsters worth of trash going to the landfill. So, and we do, I think we got four scheduled this year to do. And it's a job scheduling that with our waste hauler to get the roll-offs to fill them up and get them returned back so we can get everything picked up the way it needs to be. So we do a lot of the substandard housing cleanup. And then, like I said, pavement marking, repair, we do a lot of that stuff to do, particularly the stop bars. Those have to be very visible for people, make sure they stop where they need to be. Next I got is our wastewater reclamation. This is our sewer plant. We're in the process right now of doubling the size of that. We're going to take this facility and mimic it right here on the side of it. We already have that study underway to do that. We're under TCEQ guidelines to start that process. When we're at 80% capacity, then we have to start this process. We're permitted for 6 million gallons a day. We're receiving over about a little over 4.2. So we're right there at our threshold. But we have it planned about where it would go to take care of new development. This is just some of the stuff.
Going from, we're at 4.
We're at 6.
You're at 6, but you're going to 12.
12. Yeah. With the capability of going to 18 and eventually go to 24. Right. So that's what we're trying to plan for the future, that we had facilities to do that. These are just some of the things that we take care of at the sewer plant. We got a large, I think y'all have all been out to the sewer plant, seen how, what goes on, the size of the pumps and motors and what we're taking care of. But this is just a few of the items. Like we said, almost 4,000 preventive maintenance tasks a year we take care of. Making sure the pumps are lubricated correctly, everything, that the valves are working correctly. So that's a full-time job just in that. The other thing we have, like I talk about, is our water treatment plant. We have received this Texas Optimization Program Award, I think, for 7 or 8 years now, and that means we make an excellent quality of water. And even with all the construction, everything we're doing, we still meet that. And that has to be met monthly. It's for a year project, but if you miss 1 month out of the year, you don't get the award. So we have met it every month for the past good many years to get that optimization award. And that was something voluntary that we did with TCEQ, and I think it's been a huge help for the city because we do have great quality of water. I know people complain about it, but compared to a lot of other cities, we got excellent water.
And it was a big deal for HP Hood.
Yes, it was.
And I've got a question about that. When they tested the water, I understand they tested it 38 times.
Yes, sir.
Where did they get their samples?
They came to the water plant.
From the plant?
Yes, sir. They came to the plant, and we can work with them. They pulled the samples where they wanted to, and everything tested out exactly where they needed it to be.
Okay.
Yeah, we work with them. We coordinated with their consultant to do the sampling. And we take samples every day, too.
Okay, across the city.
Yeah, we take samples. We take pressure readings. That's part of the Scada system. It tells us all the pressure readings, all our pressure planes in the city, so we know what's going on. You know, we can tell almost immediately what's happening. And so that's the beauty of that Scada system, is it tells us exactly what's going on in our system. Water treatment plant, I read this wrong the other day. It's 1.6 billion gallons of water that we treat a year. And it's hard to fathom at times, but that's what we did. We got that much out of the lake, treated. We sent 1.4 million gallons out to distribution. Last year, February, we were at 8.4 million gallons with our maximum daily. When we had some of the ice storms, we were pumping water like crazy because everybody had leaks and all. We're in the process now of looking at, we were able to get our re-rating from 11 million gallons a day to 14. But now one of the deals was getting that $2.5 million gallon clear well in operation. So TCEQ has been working with us on that, and they were very pleased with all the progress we made. We got a very good inspection report from them. We had some minor issues that we've taken care of, probably 95% of them almost as soon as they left. So we got a great report from TCEQ. We have that every 3 years. I'm well pleased with the way the plant's running, particularly with all the improvements we made to it with new pumps, new motors. It's made a world of difference. That plant's probably running better than it ever has.
And our plant is rated now at over 11 million?
We're rated at 14.
14 now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it was 11.
It was 11. We got it back up to 14. We were at 14, and then we had the metal clear well that was deteriorated. We had to tear that down. And when we tore that down, they bumped us back down to 11. And we were not able to get the 2.5 million clear well in operation satisfactorily. So they kept us at 11 until we did some other improvements and showed them that one of the big things they look at is what they call CT, chlorine time. And so we have met all the chlorine residual times that we're putting the right amount of chlorine into the system. And we rehauled our whole chlorine system. That was one of the things y'all approved is we rebuilt the whole chlorine system. So now we can treat any amount of water, do the right amount of chlorine treatment, and get the residuals we need into the distribution system. So we monitor that constantly with the Scada system. But you can see, you know, we're pumping a lot of water, treating a lot of water. We're getting it out to the distribution system. And I will say, since we've started, a lot of our programs are replacing pipes and stuff. We haven't had the major water breaks that we've had in the past. We're pumping out, like I said, 6 to 8 million gallons a day at 78 pounds of pressure, and our system's holding. So we are extremely pleased with that. We're getting good pressure readings throughout the city. As soon as we get a pressure reading that's low, we go to find out what's going wrong. It may be an older valve that's stuck, or we had one the other day, a 16-inch valve that the stem broke and the valve shut closed. So we had to dig the whole thing up and replace it, and that fed the web tower. So things like that happen just out of the clear blue. So. But we fixed it, and so that's what I'm saying. We've done good, got good pressure in the city. We got good water. And next part of that leads into our utility system that does water distribution and wastewater collection. And you can see here that we've done in-house with the contractors, you know, 224 new water taps, new fire hydrants, 420 new meter sets. That's new homes. Miscellaneous meter work, replacing water lines as they break, rather than trying to fix them. I told John Herbert, if you dig up a line, it's already got 7 clamps on it, let's just replace the line instead of trying to put a Band-Aid on it. So, and that's made a big difference because we've able to put new pipes in the ground. You can see right here, new fire hydrant, new PVC pipe to it. So we're doing it. They're doing a really good job getting caught up on stuff and replacing stuff as it needed. This is some of the stuff we did in-house. Spencer Street, we replaced PVC pipe and services. Langford, King Street, Borland Street, we replaced, and Division Street. So that construction crew, in-house construction crew, is doing a great job too. It's really helped everything out. Plus the contractors we have, we're knocking out a lot of old stuff that needs to be done. Like I said, wastewater collections, what we call sewer stops, service lines, main line. But you can see here in the chart, you know, 2,000 and 3,000, 3,500 feet of pipe we replaced. Clean outs repaired. This is the connection from the house at the right-of-way line to our sewer line. And a lot of those gets cleaned out. They get run over by lawnmowers. They get run over by machines, everything else. So we've gone and replaced all those clean outs. So we'll have access, so the homeowner has access to clean out his line if he needs to, and we can make sure our line's clean. So that was a pretty good undertaking. Also, what we do household hazardous waste. We're in charge of that facility. And you can see here the amount of stuff that we've collected, batteries, automotive fluids, paint, you know, almost 7,000 pounds of paint we took in. So tires, 17,000 pounds of tires we took in. You know, because there's a fee for them to dump it so they can bring in hazardous waste and we take it in. They have to be a resident of the city of Greenville. They have to show an ID to be able to bring this stuff to our hazardous waste facility. What we've done for this year, Public Works, what we requested is for a project manager position. I think y'all can see with the volume of work that we have, trying to do everything that we do. We need somebody to help us manage these projects, particularly the bond issues. And also we got, you know, the sewer plant expansion coming, the water plant expansion coming. So we really need a project manager position to help us manage these projects, make sure they stay on schedule, make sure the contractor's doing what he's supposed to do when he's supposed to do it. And these numbers are with the benefits. We calculated what would be for the cost plus the benefits. Same thing, we were asking for 2 street workers. We just need bodies. I'll be very honest with you. We just need to have people out there. Because what I have to do sometimes, we have a major breakdown. I've got to really steal everybody to put on that to get it done. And I know we have openings. But if I can get positions approved, then that'll give me the ability to fill them when I can. You know, so that's why we've asked for these positions for streets and utilities to have these 2 extra workers in each one to help us with the manpower we need to do what we need to do. So that was our request there. Our capital projects this year, we had requested the City Works computer program, which is a asset management program to help us work with work orders. We're doing everything by paper. We have work orders by paper. They get filled out in the field. They go to the office. They have to fill it out by paper. They have to put it in the computer. Half the time they can't read it because the guys are out in the field. City Works, we can have the iPads or the iPhones or whatever else, Androids. They can do everything in the field. It's automatically in the computer, automatically goes into our system. Right now, we run 2 to 3 to 4 months behind in getting all this stuff entered into the system. So that would be a tremendous help to us. The Highway 66 gravity line, that's the gravity sewer we needed to put in for the Hood project. That's what we committed to do to them, so that was in our capital project. We have our yearly allocation for construction materials, valley gutter sidewalk replacement, and drainage improvements. So that's what we requested, and this went through our ranking system with all the directors, and what, you know, when we looked at all the CIPs citywide, this is what shook out for Public Works for the capital projects there. And some of our accomplishments, I just want to hit this again. Our Traders Road reconstruction, water plant upgrades, reconstruction of Sale Street, that's 99% complete. We got a few more striping to do, a few little things. We got some speed limit signs to put up, stuff like that. We did fix our Joyride at Eastland, is now fixed. So it really turned out great on that. Reconstruction of Roy Warren, like I said, from the service road to Traders, that was completely done. We did the bridge at Beverly Drive. I think that's helped a lot there. We got the rest of the project. We're in final design. We're ready to go to bid for it probably here in the next few weeks. It'll be put out to bid, and then we can finish that project. Greenville historical signs. We work with the Park Street Historic District and the other district, and we got the new black and white signs marking all the historic districts in town. I think everybody liked that. It added a good bit to the city. Like I said, Carroll Street water replacement, and then Lake Tawkeny Pump Station. We now have all 4 pumps. We'll have all 4 pumps down there this week. So I think we've got a lot of good accomplishments this year, and we're real proud of what we've done. And any questions, and our saying is Public Works makes it happen. So I'll be glad to answer any questions y'all have on anything. Yes, sir.
$150 million bond for streets. Are y'all moving the water and sewer line out the middle of the street before you resurface it?
The sewer will stay in the middle of the street. That's water lines are being moved. But yeah, we're moving a good bit of stuff out from under the street. We're getting gas and telephone put into easements or on the side of the right of way. So yeah, we are moving what needs to be moved.
And if, I know you can't do everything with $50 million, right?
No, we can't. I wish we could. But I tell you what, we are stretching it as far as we can right now.
And I believe you're doing a good job. I believe that, because we have such a long way to go to get all those water lines, sewer lines out of the middle of the street. So when we have a break or something,
Yeah.
we don't have to go back and tear the street up to, you know, what you want to lay.
I agree. But this is a great start.
Yes, it is.
I mean, you got to take that first step.
Right.
A journey starts with one step, and we've taken that first step to get a lot of this corrected. And what we've done, a lot of what we've done has been a tremendous help, overall to the city.
Yes.
I mean, I know we got half the city torn up right now, but in the end, look at what we did with Stonewall and Sale, how those look and how they ride. And, we got a long way to go, but at least we've taken that first step with the council we have and have appropriated these funds and the wisdom to get these bonds to help us to get started on it. So my hat's off to you guys. Y'all made it possible for us.
I have a question. What's red, on or off on this? Oh, okay, cool. So I have a couple questions.
Okay.
So we know that we're coming back from COVID. We know that everything's opening back up. We know that employment is here. But how are we getting the word out besides our city page? How are we letting the community know that we're hiring? Like, are we telling them about the benefits when we are posting the jobs, or do we have any kind of like video to encourage them to come apply?
I don't know about, I know we posted in the newspaper, we posted on our website, we posted on Facebook, all that stuff. We posted everywhere we can that these jobs are available with benefits. I think somewhere we've worked out to even have some sign-up bonuses for people to get them interested in it. We are getting some applications now. Like you said, it's slowly getting better. We've had some people come back into the workforce that left us for greener grasses and found out the grass wasn't so green where they went. And so, they're coming back. But we're getting some good employees. We're starting getting some applications. It's just hard right now. I mean, it's we work to try to get our pay scale up some to help relieve some of that. So we're doing everything we know to do.
Any other questions? That was an excellent presentation.
Thank
And,
you.
thank you
Any
very
other
much.
questions
You
or
did an
anything?
excellent job.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
We have
that.
a lot of catch up to do, don't we?
We certainly do.
Years and years and years of it, right?
Yes, sir. We are. We're paying for it, but I can tell you we got a lot of good people here in the city that are doing their utmost to get this done. And like I keep saying, they couldn't have done it without council support and allocating the funds to have it done. So I can't thank y'all enough.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chris, I always say they can't do it without leadership.
Well, that's true. No,
Thank you very much.
thank y'all. I do appreciate that.
Okay, the next presentation is Gma Tourism, Mike and Bay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Glad to be here. So half of what I do for the city is tourism. So I'm going to start with tourism, and we'll do that first, and then we'll move over and talk about the GMA. So I am a much smaller department than what you just heard. If I forgot I get to control the slides here. Let's see. There we go. There's two of us in the tourism department. So me, that's half my job, and then Bridget Saxton, who's our engagement coordinator. And this is actually only about a quarter of what she does. So she works half-time for me. She works half-time for Summer. So we're a little bit of a smaller department comparatively. Since I'm new and I just started on June 1st, I thought it would be useful for you all to hear from me kind of where my head is and where I'd like to go with the tourism department. I'll do the same thing when we talk about the GMA. So for fiscal year 23, some of the things that I'd like to see us do is to increase some of our site traffic. So Travel Greenville, which is our online Facebook page, we currently have 880 followers on that page. I'd like to see us hit 1,000, which I think is a reasonable goal for the next year. We want to continue to create consistent content, which reflects the events and the changes that happen, and that's an important thing. So part of tourism is the web page that we'll talk about here in just a moment, and it reflects businesses here in the city. So when a business opens or when a business closes, particularly businesses that would be interested to people who are coming to Greenville, restaurants, retail establishments, we want to make sure we keep that page updated to reflect what's actually open, so that if people come to our page, they're going to actually be able to find what's open in Greenville. A big part of what I want to do over the next year is to build relationships. So that includes coordinating with community, city partners, so that we can grow and continue to grow our annual events. And I have a list of those here in just a moment. And then to coordinate with people in Hunt County and the other cities in Hunt County to develop those county-wide partnerships so that we can bring folks in, not just from around the region, so Dallas and that sort of thing, but here in the county, so that we're bringing those folks in as well, and that we're working together as they do their events in Hunt County. Wrong way. So the Travel Greenville website, which is connected to the city website, in the last 6 months has had 4,870 views. So that turns out 27 a day, which means that if you do the math on that, at least one person every hour is looking at the Travel Greenville website, which I think is a pretty good number. It's obviously something that we'd like to continue to grow as we advertise in various publications around the state, as we advertise locally to get folks to come to Greenville. And as we continue to grow, I think we're going to continue to see that number grow. We continue to see tourism expand here because we're going to become a destination point. Social media has grown over the last 6 months by 199 new Facebook page likes. And our reach on our Facebook page right now, and this is all just tourism side, is 6,469. So that's in the last 6 months that we reached over 6,000 people with the posts that we're doing. And we've added a few Instagram followers. Instagram's not as popular of a social media site as it used to be. We have a consistent Greenville brand that we've been using for the last couple of years. So this is what it looks like. So if you pick up a Texas Monthly, or if you look in tour guides, Texas Highways, County Line Magazine, those sorts of places, as well as online, you'll find this branding, which I really like. We're going to hang on to this for now. One of the things we'll be looking at in the next year is potential changes, tweaks to the brand. So we've been using the "Will Surprise You" tagline since I think 2018 or 19. And so it's time to start thinking about what might be another tagline. As you guys know from watching advertising your whole life, those things change periodically. But I really like the logo a lot. I think we want to hang on to that for now. It looks very contemporary, and I think it reflects what we want people to know about Greenville, to come in to find arts, food, music, entertainment, retail, the things that are going to draw people in, and the museums into the community. I think all that's reflected in our branding. So here's some of the major events that we have every year that I'm sure you guys have participated in or that you know about. Audie Murphy Day, Lee Street Jamboree, the All Pats Day, Bob Wills Fiddle Festival, and we're going to continue to do the Hunt County Festival of the Arts, which turned out really well this last year, thanks to Kevin's planning on that. And as I said a while ago, connecting with other people, building these relationships and these partnerships are how I think we can continue to grow these events and draw people into the city. This is the kind of thing that people want to come to. They want to come out, they want to see the arts, they want to hear music, they want to have good food. And I think that's exactly what these events reflect, not just for the city, but for the surrounding area. And I think eventually drawing people in from the Metroplex, because we've got millions of people to the south of us. Any questions on the tourism side, or kind of where my head is or where I'd like to go, or anything that you guys would like to share with me on your thoughts on that? Yes, sir.
What about family-oriented items downtown that bring families together? And, you know, I know we have a lot of grills and bars, but we need something for family that a parent can bring their kids down and it's safe and they don't have to worry about going into the bar or grill, but they can, you know, entertain them and grandparents can bring kids down. We need something like that. I don't have a clue of what we could do, but we need something to bring family-oriented attractions downtown.
Are you thinking like permanent, like retail type establishments or places like that, or events?
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Sure.
I'm hoping that you might come up with ideas and something that we could venture into or try or whatever to bring something downtown that would help families to come downtown and I don't say to get people to come back downtown like they used to a long time ago, and something that I know it's a challenge to do that, but I don't think it's impossible.
Well, I will say that the events that we have now are all pretty much family oriented, and so that's a positive. And one of the things that I think the vision committee for downtown Greenville is going to be looking at is exactly what you're talking about. How do we grow the downtown? How do we expand the downtown so that it becomes more family friendly, and people are going to want to come down and spend their time in downtown Greenville. So absolutely.
I want to say, good presentation for tourism, but if I was not born and raised from Greenville, I don't know if they can. If I was not born and raised from Greenville, and I saw this, like the Greenville brand that you have.
I'll
Am I
go
back
back
on?
to it.
The
I
brand.
skipped. There we go.
So when we're looking at this brand, personally, I wouldn't want to come to Greenville. Because when we go to the Greenville website and we're speaking about diversity, what we have to offer here, you don't see any of that in this Greenville brand picture. Now you see history, but you don't see diversity. And there's a major difference in the two. Because if we're wanting to build and grow Greenville and bring in those young single families or those young families maybe from Art North who want the country experience and still the city life experience, looking at this Greenville brand, I don't get that. I get old time feeling, well, maybe we don't know if there are gonna be any minorities there, but there may be, just looking at that. And then when I look at the Greenville events, we have way more events that could be showing the diversity. We have a lot of different events in town, and we want people who are driving through to stop and actually experience Greenville, and we want to use that motto of we'll surprise you. Surprise me in that way. Mr. Friedman said he wanted to see maybe retail shops or something that's family oriented, but in this time and day and age, people look at a picture for 1 to 2 seconds and make their mind up of what they want to do. And looking at this picture, I'm not making my mind up of stopping there. I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be one of those towns where you go through, everything is like a historical figure and you're just driving, passing through, versus I heard that Greenville has a major arts festival. They had an amazing one in 2022. So just imagine next year. I'm not gonna call my friends to spread the news about the art festival that I went to when I only see minimal pictures and it's the same people that I see. So we gotta think about when we're putting on tourism, everybody from every background is gonna eventually come through this city. And everybody will have a say-so of what they want to see. But how are we catering right now in this moment to our future tourism? I think that's going to make a major impact of, we know we have different events. We know that. But the outside public don't know that. The outside public, somebody in, I don't know, Wisconsin, nobody want to move to Greenville, but if they don't see, that town is fun. That town gets along with everybody. That town celebrates everybody. That town embraces everybody. I'm not going to want to get a house built there. I'm not going to want my kids to go to school there. I'm not even going to want to take a job there because then again, I'm stuck in that mindset of this is just an historical town. Let me just go to work and leave. But there's more to offer than just jobs here. There's actually a good place for people to live. And if I'm traveling through and I'm stopping and I want something to remember, I remember being on 30 and seeing that really bright liquor store sign in front of that ugly gorilla. Well, what is that? That's the liquor store. Everybody knows that. So what are we doing to leave a trace or impact on those who are wanting to move this way or those who want to live in the Northeast Texas region? Or if they're leaving here, why are they leaving our city to go somewhere smaller or bigger? What are we not offering when you just see the city tourism? And even when you go to the city's website, I just went to it, and the first thing that I saw when I got on there, I'm like, it's the same image. I don't see diversity. So we have to make sure that our vision matches every department that we're serving in this city so that everybody understands that Greenville is no longer just going to be known as the blackest land, whitest people. Greenville's going to be known for their tourism. You can go view this, you can go to this event and have fun here. You can meet people here. We need to be that welcoming city to let people know when you come here, you will leave with an everlasting impact or an impactful imprint of I went, I saw, I met, I engaged, I'm coming back. Sorry.
I agree with you.
Okay.
We're on the same page. Yeah. I want exactly what you want. So it's how do we get there? And it sounds to me like, so the notes I made while you were talking is that what we need to do is to update the branding to include diversity. And that's going to include updating. Part of being new is you don't know what, you don't know, like, what did you have? So there's a whole pile of photos. And it was funny that I was in here earlier and Carol said, oh, you're using that photo again. Why do they keep using that photo? And I thought, well, I just thought it was a cool looking photo. And then she says to me, well, that one over there, that kid's graduated from high school. And if you look in the photo up here in the upper right, the kid in the blue shirt, Looks like he's about 10.
Ain't that brick money?
Yeah.
So-
His son, if he has graduated from.
Right. So so that photo's what, 10 years old? No, I didn't know that. Because I didn't know. I mean, like y'all, so part of a small town, which is amazing, and what I'm excited about being a part of Greenville, is that I walk around and I see people talking and they all know each other. That's really cool. But what about when you're the outsider coming in? And so for me, I think that's where I will be able to bring those fresh eyes in, and you sharing that with me helps me tremendously, because it says to me, here's somebody who's from Greenville, here's somebody who's part of the city council who says, we need to, as someone once told me, sometimes you need a new person to come in and go, hey, your front door needs to be repainted. And you don't think about it. You open that front door every day, every day, every day, every day. And so that's exactly what I needed to hear to help me know, where do we need to go? And that was on my radar to update some video side. I didn't know how old the photos were, so that answers that question. And I would love to be part of helping to show people that Greenville is in fact diverse and that we welcome diversity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Any other questions about tourism? Okay, let's talk about the GMA. There's one extra person. So the department goes from 2 to 3 for the GMA. Mike is part-time. Bridget, a quarter of her job is box office coordinator, and I'm the manager for the GMA. So one of the things I'd love to see us hit in 23 is to increase our bookings to 50. That's a little bit of an ambitious goal, I'm going to tell you. Looking at some of the previous data that I have available, we haven't hit 50 since at least 2017. We came really close in 18 and again in 19, but we haven't hit 50. I think we can do it. I think we can get 50 bookings. So that would equate to almost one every weekend, with the 2 weekends, no bookings, being 4th of July and Christmas weekend, because we don't book out around those major holidays. We need to replace our lighting system. It's just that simple. The lighting system has got to be replaced. It is old. We don't have what we need. It's going to lower our power usage by putting in a better system that doesn't drain so much power. And one of the major things that it will allow us to do is it will allow us to become a routing destination. So a couple of years ago, I lived in San Angelo, Texas for a year, and they had a theater very similar to what we have here. Same thing, connected to the city, city hall, the whole thing. And it was a jewel in the crown of the city. They took it very seriously and they loved it. Well, one of the things they did was they upgraded their lighting system, and that allowed them to get onto the routing for tours. So imagine being able to bring a show like, say, Phantom of the Opera, if that was touring, and to bring that into Greenville. And I just use that as an example. Phantom's not even touring right now, but that gives you an idea of that we could bring plays, musicals, larger events into the space. It would also allow us to potentially charge a little more for the rental because we're offering a better product to the end user. So all of those things are reasons why I'm going to be working to raise and find the money for us to upgrade that lighting system, because it's not going to be cheap to do, but it's something that we need to do if we want to take another step forward with the GMA. And back to relationships again, building those relationships with city and county partners. So one of my passions is education, and that's to bring kids in. Part of the reason why I'm standing here before you today is because when I was a kid growing up in Texarkana, we had the Perot Theater, it's still there, and they would bus us in. They bussed my kids in. Allie, who works for the city here, is also from Texarkana, and she said, after I gave this presentation last week, she said, you know, I remember going to the Perot when I was a kid and seeing these shows and being exposed to the arts. That's such a huge deal for kids, and we're not offering that right now, and we could do that. It's just a matter of us bringing the shows in. I'm already in conversation with Texas A&M Commerce, where I graduated, and that theater department to potentially bring in some of their shows down here as an educational outreach for either the younger kids or for high school age kids. So that's something that I'll be working on, and hopefully this school year might even be able to bring something in where we can bring kids in and have them, let them see a show. And I think that's a great usage for our facility. And then my last thought here, to develop relationships with these regional national agencies. And this is probably the largest point that my predecessor and I just have different visions on what we like to do with the space. And it's just a difference in viewpoint, and that is to bring shows in. So I'd like to bring shows into the GMA. Not a lot of shows, but I'd like to start seeing us bring shows back into the GMA again. That would be broad, but also specific. So things that will reach all the diverse segments of our community. Some of the things that Mike has done since he came on board just a few months ago, he's completely reorganized all our tech equipment. The council just authorized his position, so I thought you guys might like to have an idea of what he was doing. He's developed procedures and processes to streamline what we do on the tech side. He's looking at our future needs, including our lighting system, organizing and scheduling techs for the rentals, and protecting the investment. There's a lot of money above our head. A theater is a very dangerous place if you don't know what you're doing. And there's a lot of damage that could be done to the facility if we don't protect it. So having Mike around to help us with that is tremendous. Here's Bridget and some of the work she's done at the box office. Just in the last few months, we've sold 2,878 tickets, and that is not all the tickets that were sold, because not every renter uses us for their tickets. So almost 3,000 tickets sold, which is pretty cool. And our Facebook page has reached 118,000 people in the last 6 months on the GMA side. We have a much wider following on the GMA side because it's a regional attraction. And then we've added a mobile ticketing station. So that's Bridget's, that's her with the mobile ticketing station. So when you guys come to a show, you might see that up at the front where we can print tickets right there on the go. Some of the things that came through this year in 21-22, Dallas Symphony, which is a wonderful partnership we've had for many decades. The Russian Ballet, which was a big hit here in Greenville. We do lots of dance recitals. Mary Poppins is coming up here in just a couple of weeks, so I hope you're going to get tickets to come and see that. Greenville Family Theater, they do a great job every summer. And then Greenville Theater Works put on the Sweet Delilah Swim Club. And then the first show that we have been talking about that we're going to bring in on December 22nd for a Christmas program is the Annie Moses Band. So I'm really excited about this. I'm going to be pushing this really hard to sell as many tickets as we can. I'd love to sell it out. This is exactly the kind of show that's going to reach a fairly broad audience. It's family friendly, to your point. These are musicians that do a mix of classical and bluegrass, which is a very interesting mix. They went to Juilliard, so all of these musicians could be playing in any orchestra in the world, and I'm really excited. They're really good, so I hope you guys will be able to come and share this. I think people are going to really enjoy this at Christmas time. It's going to be a nice holiday offering right before Christmas. Any questions, thoughts, comments about the GMA side of things? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've received an estimate. So the estimate that we've received is $3.5 million. Now, to be fair, that's top of the line. So I kind of think about it like if you went down to buy a car and they said, well, you can get this one and it's got everything, right? So there's some pieces in there that we could potentially pull out that would lower that number. But there's a lot of work that has to be done. One of the big pieces of that is that our rigging system is going to have to be updated in order to handle the new equipment because it's going to add weight. So there's a lot of small pieces in there, but if we do it, it would include, like that system would include some things, what they call like moving heads, which would allow you to pre-program things so that the lights move on their own up there with programming. It's really amazing what they can do now. I mean, that's what we'd love to have the Cadillac. So we'll see how it goes.
painting and we did a bunch of repair in
Painting,
the roof and the
plaster,
seats.
yep.
But
and
I
the
thought
seats.
there was lighting
No,
in
there
there.
was no lighting component. That's kind of, we did the sound,
Sound.
we did the sound
That's
for
what
like
it was.
50,000, and then this would be the next step.
I
in
think
the
lighting was
recommendation.
addressed, but we did not put anything towards it. Okay.
I don't have a question. I have more of a comment or observation. So again, looking at this presentation, great presentation. Thank you. And thank you for breaking out everybody what they do. But I would like to recommend or make a recommendation that we want to make sure everybody know they're invited to GMA. I'm 35, and I can tell you before my time on council, I've only been to GMA one time in my life. And that was because I was in school. They brought me to a band concert, and then I left, and I don't remember nothing from that. I just remember coming in here, walking down, being seated, and being walked out, loading the bus, and leaving. We want to make a personable impression on small kids. We want to also make that same impression on adults. So when we're getting shows, musicals, maybe plays, whatever it is, I would highly suggest think about diversity again. I always ask people, well, why you don't go to the GMA? And the first thing they say is, for what? There's nothing for me there. And even Miss Carla tell you before I got on here, I never came to a play, but last year I had nothing to do, so I spent my time coming to plays, and I had to literally sit in the play and put on my Facebook, I know I doubted this play, but you guys have to come see it. And then after that, I started having conversations in the community about what GMA really does. People only know GMA for the Symphony. They only know it for when the school has a recital or the school has a presentation for their kids. And they only know it for if a church from out of town is bringing something here, when we have churches here who could be doing the same exact thing, but they always say, we don't know how to get in contact with anybody, or who do we talk to? So I think that we want to build relationships and with these organizations and these sponsors in Greenville. We got to think again, diversity. People want to see themselves on that stage, or people want to see their child mimic somewhere on that stage, or people want to know that when they come into to the GMA and they're looking around and they're seeing these different plays that are coming. Oh, I've always wanted to see the Nutcracker, but I never knew. Well, you have an opportunity to see it now. How are we getting that out besides our website? We got to think again, old school. Everybody don't have social media. Everybody may have it, but don't know how to operate social media. So how are we targeting them to know we have shows coming up? Besides our website, we got the Herald banner, we got a website, and then you have everybody's worst critic, gossip, word of mouth, and you get everything wrong about GMA. But how are we, everything's opening back up. We can't say COVID is an excuse. We can't say everything's gonna shut down a couple of months. How are we attracting these new entities to GMA? How are we attracting the community to GMA? What are we offering the community that makes them wanna come back next year for the GMA experience? And I know that you're new here, so this is something you can think about. If you were not given the opportunity to have this position you were in and you just moved to Greenville and someone told you to go to the GMA for something, would you honestly recommend them to GMA the next time you leave this building after you've experienced anything by just walking in? You probably wouldn't, because honestly, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be like, yeah, go back, because when you walk in, you're going to see this. I wouldn't, because I'm steady looking like, okay, so this is GMA, that's City Hall. I always get everything in this building confused, but nothing makes GMA stand out to the community, because a lot of people don't know because they don't see.
So you feel like when you walk in the door, the impression you're getting from just what's around in the building?
It's not attracting everybody, every culture, every aspect. It's kind of like one of those, okay, so let me just go down these stairs and go where I'm finna go and go about my business. Mm-hmm. I would like for us, even in the community, we put the signs up, of when there's gonna be a concert here, we put those signs up, but again, what are we doing to get new people to come here? What are we getting to get new acts, new plays, new drama? I don't know, Hamlet was my first play I went to go see, but I had fun. And I saw every representation, seeing that. Mm-hmm. But what are we doing now?
That's good points. I will tell you that, and Summer can attest to this, that in the interview and in conversations we've had since then, one of the points that I made is that I think we need diversity on the stage. And that, how do we do that? How do we bring that in? Some of that is limiting because there's only so much that we can reasonably do as the city. We're not going to spend the budget to, if we were to calculate how much money is spent on all of the bookings that come in on the other side, not the rental, like what they're paying for the artists to come in, then I'd have $1 million budget if I was doing all that. And we can't do that. So we're sort of limiting what we can do because I have to take the bookings that come in. What I can do is start building relationships with promoters and agents around the country and get us on those routing lists. So to be clear, what a routing is when you have an act that's touring and they're looking for a midway stop. So like maybe they've played somewhere down in the Metroplex and they're going to go to Oklahoma. They're going to drive by us. I'm working to get us on the radar so that they're going to start contacting us and go, we can route through Greenville. And then that will open up some of those diversity shows that you're talking about for us to go, hey, come here. The flip side of that is that when shows come in, if they don't sell, they're not going to come back. So it's kind of a catch-22. If the perception, as you're saying, is that people say, well, I don't feel welcome at the GMA, then we need to make them feel welcome at the GMA, but that means come and buy a ticket. So how do we convince them to come buy a ticket when they don't feel welcome? You know what I mean? So it's kind of, that's where we are. I'd be happy to talk with you about this offline in the future and continue to hear more of your thoughts about, because I can see you're passionate about this and I share that passion. So I'd love to know some ideas of how I can make inroads into the community to help bring people here, because I want this to be a place that welcomes everybody. Yeah. Thanks, sir.
see that. Yes.
I'll call this regular session of the Greenville City Council to order at 6 o'clock, June 28th, and ask Micah McBay to provide the invocation. Please stand and remove your headgear, please.
Let us pray. God, we are grateful for the time that you've given us here tonight, for the people who have come to make their voices heard, for the leaders in this room who will make decisions for the good of the people of this wonderful city. We ask that you would give us guidance, that you would give us a spirit of peace, and that we would listen to one another so that we can make the decisions that will be best for the people here. We thank you that you give us your grace and your love, and we ask that you would bless these proceedings. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. We have a couple of presentations tonight. We have a Meritorious Award for Jaden Gray and Cameron Jones that's going to be presented by Chief Starnes and Jeremy Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Jaden Gray and Cameron Jones here this evening. Not here yet?
They were on their way like 5 minutes ago.
They can't
Should
hear
I check in the hallway?
Yeah, they just said they can't hear.
I'm
Yeah,
not sure
unless
if
you're
the mayor
talking
has his mic on there. So
Okay.
So Red is muted.
Red is on, girl. Red is on.
Now everybody knows.
should I speak into the microphone or
Yes,
read the?
yeah, so they can hear you in the back.
Are they here? Oh.
Chuck Starnes. Cameron? Chuck Starnes, right around here. Okay, so they do want me to speak into the mic, so I'm gonna do that.
Okay, sure.
Guys, we appreciate y'all being here this evening. We're gonna do a little presentation for y'all, based on the accident scene that you guys were involved in. So I'm gonna go ahead and read it now. On the night of May 5th, 2022, at around 10:46 p.m., a major motor vehicle accident occurred in the 800 block of Commerce Drive in Greenville, Texas. As a result of the accident, the vehicle rolled end over end into the grass median of the roadway and then slid down an embankment to the creek bed below, while also ejecting both passengers of the vehicle. Sometime shortly after the vehicle came to a rest, several citizens saw the ejected passengers of the vehicle on the ground near the vehicle and noticed that the vehicle had started to burn. These citizens, later identified as Jaden Gray, Cameron Jones, and Darren Day, moved down the creek embankment and pulled both ejected occupants, who were dangerously close to the vehicle, to safety as the vehicle continued to burn. Eventually, the vehicle became fully engulfed in flames and exploded. A Greenville police officer who was assisting with stabilizing the patients before EMS arrived said the following: "It was apparent to me that Darren Day and the two younger males with him were directly responsible for preventing the occupants of the accident from being killed from the fire and explosion of the wreckage. So tonight, it is my honor to recognize these young men and thank them for their selfless actions to our community." So guys, needless to say, we're very proud of what you did, the selfless service that you guys showed out there that night. And we got a couple of presentations for you. First, I'm going to give you the Coin of Excellence from the Greenville Police Department. And I believe, Chief Powell, you also have some coins from the fire department?
That is correct, along with a certificate of recognition. Appreciate what you did. Appreciate you a lot. Nice to meet you.
Well done, gentlemen. Well done.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful job, wonderful job. Yeah, wonderful job.
Thank y'all for what you did, and thanks for letting us recognize you for it. Appreciate it.
Very much, guys.
May I say something?
Yeah, hold on a second.
To you guys, I want to say, as a leader of this community, born and raised, how proud I am that it didn't take you guys long to get into action. When we think of superheroes, we think of Batman, Spider-Man, all these people, but we never recognize those who are minding their own business but still take time to help those in need. So I personally want to say, if it wasn't for Jamie telling me about what happened, I wouldn't have been able to let the community know what you've done. So I personally want to thank you, and I want to encourage you to keep doing whatever you're doing. Everybody has a negative concept of police and fire department right now, but you're showing, I'm trying not to cry, you're showing that there still is a connection there between public safety and our residents and citizens. So I personally want to thank you for what you did, because you could have kept going.
Yes.
You could have just went home and minded your business, but you stopped to help that family. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, the next thing we have is a proclamation for the National Boys and Girls Club. Is a representative here today? If they are, I'll come down. Hello. I guess I'll use this mic. Whereas the young people of Greenville and tomorrow's leaders and professional youth development services help guide many youth in assisting them in realizing their full potential. And whereas Boys and Girls Club instill in our youth the self-confidence to believe they can succeed at anything they put their mind to, and stand at the forefront of efforts in the areas of child safety, academia, fair play, healthy lifestyles, and character. And whereas the Boys and Girls Club hosted at the Reese Davis Center ensures our young people have a safe and supportive place to spend time and the ability to participate in many high-quality youth development programs. Now, therefore, I, the mayor, and on behalf of the City Council, do recognize National Boys and Girls Club Week with this proclamation. And I want to say just real quickly, one of the things that I've gotten to do in the last few years is come out and talk to the Boys and Girls Club about government, and it's always uplifting for me. I think it's one of the most, and I think you've been there before, I think it's one of the most uplifting things I get to do. It's my favorite thing. I don't know if they're going to invite me back or not, but I've been there a couple of times, and I always talk to them about government, and I encourage them that they can be, I don't know if they want to be the mayor, but they could certainly be the governor
Yes.
or even the president of the United States someday. So
Yes.
I try to encourage them in that way. And these young people are positive, they're smiling, they're not biased by cable news. And so it's a very positive experience for me, and I hope it is for them. The only thing, last time I was there, they found out how old I was, and they couldn't believe it. So anyway, thank you very much, and congratulations. You bet. Thank you.
All right. Yes.
Before you leave, Mayor, I think we should recognize also Beth with Atlas Energy and all
You
she
bet.
does and what Atlas does with this Boys and Girls Club.
Yes.
Amen.
Thank you,
Amen.
Beth.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. Call your attention to two items on the agenda: citizens to be heard and public testimony. Citizens to be heard are invited to address the council on topics that are not already scheduled for public hearing, are listed on the agenda. Public testimony is for items, citizens to be invited to hear topics to the council on anything other than public hearings. And if you'd like to make comment to the council, complete a citizen's comment card and please present it to the city secretary. There are no public hearings tonight. The public testimony starts with item 7A, which is consideration and an action of an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances of Greenville, Texas to amend Chapter 2, Article 2.06 taxation for a homestead exemption for the Code of Ordinances. Summer, you want to present this for us? Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Citizens to be heard. Are there citizens to be heard?
Wayne Morris.
Yes.
Wayne.
Mr. Morris.
Good evening, Wayne Morris, 5600 Vale Street, Greenville. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As our city continues to grow, I'm sure we're all aware of the increased traffic that seems to be endless now, just not on Friday afternoons. Here we are in a position where we have a new chief of police coming in. We're short of officers. And frankly, a lot of people I don't know if they're watching too much NASCAR or what, but we're at a situation, especially on some of our major thoroughfares, that the consensus seems to be, I got a better chance of getting hit by a meteor than I do getting a ticket. I'm not sure what we can do about it this time because of staffing. And like I said, the new chief has to get his feet on the ground and see what's going on. I think we all know that if you're first at a green light, it doesn't necessarily mean go, because you're always going to have a few stragglers going through. The reason I'm speaking tonight is earlier this week at the intersection of Stonewall and Joe Ramsey, waiting in line with others to make a left-hand turn to head toward the hospital. Not one of us went because it wasn't 2 cars, it wasn't 3 cars, it wasn't 5 cars, it wasn't 6 cars. They just kept coming through. It's out of control. Now I know there's not a lot we can do about it right now, but what I would like to propose, at least for consideration, is that on our state roads, which are 69 Joe Ramsey and 34 Wesley. Let's reach out to see if Hunt County can give us some assistance, or even DPS. Because somebody's going to get killed. Somebody's going to get killed. It's no longer an issue where, okay, you know 1 or 2 cars are going to blow the light. But when everybody was patiently waiting their turn, nobody goes. It's out of control, and it's time to stop. Our residential streets aren't much better. People, if you're lucky to do a California stop and look to see, they're stopped, so I'm going to roll through. And the other day, literally, and I live off of Stonewall, watched a car driving down Stonewall, heading south. Young driver, probably doing at least 45 miles an hour with a teenager roof surfing. And this was in the middle of the day. So all I'm asking is, I know we've got to give our officers time to get up to staff, the new chief in there, but let's reach out to somebody and see if we can't start getting this under control. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
John Turner.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. John Turner, 3702 Pepperport Drive, Greenville. I echo everything Mr. Morris says, and I only wish they were only doing 45 down Sale Street. Since that hump got smoothed out, that's about the slowest speed they do. And we do need to get that double no passing striping finished up on there. There's a huge eyesore on Sale Street as well. That old Knights of Pythias building. It looks like a jungle over there. Since the new owners took over, there's nothing being taken care of over there. There's just got that same old van parked there, same old light on, and as far as I know, nobody's there. Nobody takes care of the place, and it looks horrible. I would like to bring to everyone's attention November the 5th, and one more time, same day as a fly and the same day as a Fiddle Festival is the November Veterans Day Parade. So there'll be some more notice of that coming out. Let's see, what else do I have on my mind? There's a whole bunch come on my mind. Oh, I would like to see someone. I've already talked to press about some of this. He's promised me he's going to take care of it this time. Press. Start taking a look throughout Precinct 3 because it's getting in pretty sad shape. There's potholes. There's places that need to be fixed. Nothing's been done there in several years. So, I don't know what's going on in Precinct 3. So, something needs to be done. So, if you got nothing to do, take a look at it. I sure appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
That's all.
Okay, we'll move right on to item 7A, which is consideration action on the ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances to adopt a additional homestead exemptions. Summer?
Yes, Mayor, this was presented to City Council at the last meeting with a couple of options. Doesn't mean that necessarily has to be those options, but as we need to do this if we want it to go into effect for the current tax year by July 1st. So all the options were in your packet as far as we did the least amount that you would be able to do would be $5,000 up to 20% local exemption on city taxes. And so those are the options that you have before you. And it will be, just like I said before, it's another tool in the toolbox to be able to help with the rising appraised values that our citizens are seeing. And this would be for all local citizens that have the homestead exemption. So not just for any 65 or over, but it'd be anybody that has a homestead exemption for that. And so that would be the option, and that's before you guys as council, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And you said there were about 4,000 of those homesteads.
Yes, that's correct.
4356.
Yes, yep.
So would it be easier to, wait, red light, got it. Would it be easier, well, go back. What is the no new revenue rate?
We have an estimation of that right now that I'll share with you at the next, when I do my budget presentation.
Okay.
So we have a preliminary values right now, so we'll get the definite no new revenue rate once values are certified. So I just have an estimate
Okay.
at that. And they don't time out, so you have to prove this before July 1st. Obviously, we won't prove our tax rate until September, because we don't get our certified values until.
What do you say?
It's estimated at 5518 right now. And that's a lot of assumptions made on our part, so we don't have anything certified. That's assuming appraised values and appeals and all that, which they're going through that process currently. So that's a total estimate on our part. So there's a lot of unknowns there that I can't. Okay.
So then my next question would be, if we lower the tax rate, would that give all citizens and renters and businesses, et cetera, a break instead of just the 4,356 that qualify?
Well, sure. Anybody that pays taxes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is just an addition to people that have the homestead
I
exemption.
think we've seen residential market rates increase about over 20% this year, and I think it's important for the city, if we can, to be empathetic to the citizens on fixed incomes and people who are experiencing rampant inflation with gas and grocery prices and that sort of thing. I'd like to offer something in this. I don't know exactly what it is. We have some estimates here about how much it would cost us with revenue, but I think it's important to try to offer something that we can do here, or some property tax relief. I think something people don't understand is the appraisal district. I know it's come under a lot of criticism, but really in Brent South's defense and the appraisal district's defense, they're required by law to make appraisals roughly what market values are. So that's why the appraisals are up, because market values have gone up 20–25% across the state, and I assume that much in our city. If those appraisals aren't in accordance with market rate, then the controller's office can come back and claw back money from school districts. So that's kind of a side issue, but I think it's important, if we can at this time, to adopt some kind of additional exemption for these homeowners who are on fixed incomes and who have experienced dramatic increases in their taxes because of this. So I'd like to suggest one of these options. I don't know exactly which one we have that would save. I think if we offered the, let's see, looking at this. I think you have before you an additional $5,000 exemption and then increments of 5%, 10%, 15, and 20. And I would think that somewhere between a 5% exemption, I think, would cost us roughly taxable value. I looked at that earlier. I can't see it now. What a 5% exemption would cost us in revenue? How much, Summer?
Let me get to it.
Huh? I know it does, but
Hold on, it's pulling up.
There was an estimate.
Oh, here it is.
Overall. Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, let me get to it.
This is a chart I'm referring to.
Yeah, well, that's the local option. So if you want to, what it costs overall for the city, is that what you're talking about?
Well, no, if we adopted this option, what it might yield for us.
Right, correct. So what it would cost the city, is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be about $268,000 for a
The
5%
5%
for a
option,
5% exemption,
250%.
correct.
And the tax rate is going to be probably about 1 cent is going to be about 275,000 or 80,000 this year.
Estimated, correct.
Estimated, right. Estimated it's going to be. So that would be about 1 cent. So the 5% exemption would represent about 1 cent on the tax rate. The 10% exemption would represent about 2 cents on the tax rate.
Correct.
And I think it's important, at least for the city council, to be empathetic about one of these options. So I'd entertain a motion for one of these to be implemented tonight. Well, is there a motion then about?
I'll make a motion to approve the 50%.
What would that cost the city?
Yeah, how much would that cost the city? Can you give us that?
Correct, 807,000.
Okay. Personally, I think that's excessive. I'd like to see a 10% exemption, but whatever.
I'm friendly with 10%.
Okay.
I'm more in line with 10 as well.
Okay. We're not completely through our budget. We have to do this before July 1st for it to be effective, so I'd like to, so is there a motion for a 10% exemption?
Quick note, you could do 7%, 8%, 7, 6, you could do any of those percentages as well. So you don't have to do in the increments of 5. So just FYI for your own.
Is there a motion?
I would make a motion for the additional 10% exemption.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
And there's a second.
Wait, hold on.
Please vote.
Ben? Ben. What did Ben go? Thumbs up.
And it passes unanimously. The next item is item 7B, consideration and action on an ordinance authorizing a radio infrastructure project. Daniel Ray.
All right, this is the radio project that we've been discussing for 7 months now, and that staff spent 2 years before that going over. In front of you tonight, there's basically 2 options. One is to choose the option that the county approved this morning, which is a 3-party agreement using L3 Harris radios. There'd be 3 parties being the city, the county, and the plant. Number 2 would be to approve the Motorola proposal that is the same as it was back in February. I think it was the last time that one changed. We have, I talked with after our meeting a couple of weeks ago, I talked with representatives of both companies. They're both here tonight. I promised them 10 minutes of time each to make a presentation. There's not really a whole lot new that we haven't discussed many times. We can go over prices under their current contract offers. Obviously, Motorola's lapsed a few weeks ago, and we can ask them when they come up here if they can tell us if they're going to stick with those same numbers. We can go over prices, but what happened this morning in Commissioner's Court, I'm sure you all remember Motorola, or L3 Harris provided 4 different options to the city. One of those options was for the city to work with the county and the plant for various reasons. That was the option that was chosen by the county. The county's vote on that is contingent on the city approving it, obviously, because the county can't move forward with a 3-party agreement if there's only 2 parties. The county's vote to provide $2 million in straight cash to the city is still on the table if the city chooses that option. If the city chooses to go with Motorola, then the county will, that vote is no longer valid, and the county will go back to the drawing board and start over. So we've got both companies. They're ready to give a presentation. They both have presentations that'll be up on the screens. If y'all want to go straight into that, or if you have any general questions, I'm sure between me and the two of them, we can answer most of those questions.
Are there any questions before we start the presentations? Okay, do you want to draw straws, or who wants to be first?
Motorola, great.
Well, Harris can go if they'd like to go first. But. Go first one. Mayor, Council, good evening. My name is Robert Smolinski. I'm the local account manager for Motorola Solutions here in North Texas. Been working with your committee for well over a year now on this radio procurement. Neil, go ahead.
Yep, hi. Neil Thomas, Regional Vice President for Motorola Solutions, supporting our public safety government for our western regions, 15 states, Texas, out west.
Thank you all for having us this evening and allowing us to spend a couple minutes with you guys today. The first thing I wanted to clarify, like Daniel mentioned, that our latest proposal did lapse, and we want to confirm tonight that the proposal that we submitted to the radio committee back in December and again in February is valid should the city decide to move forward with a contract with Motorola Solutions tonight. Obviously, we've continued to fight back against inflationary price increases. We've all been seeing it. Motorola has continued to work hard to make sure that we provide the city with the absolute best pricing that your committee negotiated for, and we'll get that confirmed for you tonight. Our proposal is valid. Our proposal has been reviewed and vetted extensively by your radio system committee. What I wanted to go through tonight, before I kick the slides off, is a lot of what your committee went through. Their due diligence and attention to detail is something that we don't see very often in procurements. I can assure you that they left no stone unturned in their process. There are no surprises in our proposal, and that's a testament to your committee and the work that they did. Your committee focused on every aspect of this procurement. They looked at a radio system that provided robust coverage throughout the city, a system with redundancy and reliability, a system that has the ability and capability to communicate to multiple different agencies and entities throughout the state. Your committee understood the benefits of Greenville having complete ownership and control of your radio system, right? City-owned sites, city-owned infrastructure, city-owned frequencies. Your committee understood the benefits there. Your committee wanted a turnkey solution. They wanted one vendor to take care of everything. They wanted a system that was maintained and updated throughout the 10 years. Motorola's proposal meets all of those needs and provides the best value to the city of Greenville. You're going to hear this a lot. There are no surprises in our proposal. Our costs have been captured. That is not our opinion. That is the result of the evaluation that your committee did. Over 3 years of research, 3 years of time, money, city resources, making sure that a new radio system met the needs of the city. This proposal that we're making valid tonight, that was designed by your committee standards. The other vendors, Harris is here as well, their proposal has continued to change over the past 6 months. Ours has not. Our proposal has not changed in the past 6 months because that's what the city of Greenville needs.
Yep. Hey, thanks, guys. I just want to hit on a couple of things that you kind of see here on the screen. So to Rob's point, it sounds like, according to Mr. Ray, there's not a whole lot of new. Quite frankly, we're not actually aware of what Harris is proposing. I'm sure you guys have gone through and reviewed in detail the scope to see that the scope is aligned with the scope that was equivalent to this proposal, which was meeting all the requirements that your first responders and your citizens require to keep your first responders able to do their job safe. So I don't know how many sites are in their system. I don't know how many sites are related to allowing their facility to communicate within their facility. I don't know if it's all simulcast sites. And I believe I've heard the other vendor talk about more sites better. Well, not really. Anyone that understands simulcast technology understands that more sites does not equal better coverage or higher quality clarity. One example of this is a home theater system. You can put 15 speakers together and they're all kind of shooting at the same volume or different volumes. Any expert would tell you that's not what you want. You want to carefully place and strategically optimize the volume, the clarity, the positions. Simulcast technology is broadcasting exactly at a very specific timing and quality sound, and it optimizes. And so technology actually does matter. This is not a commodity purchase. This is not just a speaker turning on. There's a lot of optimization and network requiring to make sure the systems are talking and are optimized to work perfectly. So when agencies come out and look for solutions, they never say, hey, you guys must install 3 sites. They know that every vendor is going to provide coverage differently. So what they say is we need coverage here, we need to know that it's reliable, and we need to know that when we push to talk, we're able to talk. And we need to know that it's reliable at 95%, DAQ quality, delivered audio quality. These are things that I'm certain that you guys have reviewed in detail to see aligns with the Motorola solution, which also aligns with the technical requirements that were developed by your first responders. If it doesn't, it could be the difference of having to add sites. It could be the difference of millions of dollars if the scope is not aligned. So what I want to kind of reiterate is our projects and our scope is probably not the same. In fact, I can almost say that with clarity, based on the Hunt County meeting that occurred this morning, it was very apparent that the 10-year support program provided by Harris includes 1 hardware refresh. It is very similar to what we understand was sold for Rockwall County, and we know where they are in right now with their position, having only 1 hardware. We've got up to 3 hardware refreshes included in our 10-year program. So that means you guys will not find out in 3 years from now, well, COVID happened or something happened, and now we need to create a whole new stream of cash that must come in to upgrade hardware that is now out of date. We've designed that to support and stand by our word that you're not going to see a change order come from us to upgrade your hardware for the next 10 years. And at the same time, if the 2 programs are not apples to apples, that means there will be a price difference. If we were to remove those hardware upgrades, that total maintenance cost of $3.89 will come down significantly. Would we recommend that? Absolutely not, because we would just be coming back to you in 3 years from now saying, hey, we need another $1 million. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure your first responders have the latest technology that's up to date, that is not falling out of cycles for upgrades, and that has the best equipment. Because Motorola stands behind our products. We want to make sure that your first responders can go home safe to their families and can take care of their citizens and their communities with the best solution possible. Beyond this, there's other impacts as well. We heard about CAD. I believe it was an offer for free CAD, which was valued at north of $2 million at one point back in March. I don't know is that included in their current proposal or not. If it's not, there's going to be some discussions around, does that fall on you guys to repair and replace and upgrade your CAD system, and what's the cost for that down the road? If there is no CAD upgrade, what's the functionality that is going to be lost? There's many, many things that I know are not apples to apples between the proposals. So I just hope you guys have done the homework to really sit down and review. If you're making a decision based on dollars spent, reminding you guys that it's not a commodity purchase. They do not all work the same. And with first responders, public safety, we got to ensure that we're providing them the technology and the solutions that they require to do their jobs safely, because that is paramount. We heard today, public safety is a very big concern for cities, for communities, for citizens, and ensuring that we provide them what they need and what they've ultimately made a preference for after doing a lot of hard work and research, not just looking at the price page alone, but looking at all of the features and functionalities that they require to do their jobs. You know, we're hoping that that kind of analysis has been done.
Thank you, Neil. What I wanted to do is, like Neil mentioned, right, the notion that both vendors' proposals are the same, that's not true, right? That idea undermines your committee's work, undermines the time resources that they spent understanding and developing this RFP. The key component that Neil highlighted was CAD integration with the city's new radio system. And I really just want to highlight that on what that means for the city of Greenville. The Spillman ecosystem itself functions seamlessly, right? Dispatcher puts a call notes for a call for service. That information automatically gets transferred to records, right? Automatically, it's a seamless system in and of itself. But bringing in radio, what that allows your city to do is view radio location on the CAD dispatch map. So your dispatchers know where your officers are. So officer gets into a situation where they need additional resources, they need backup. Dispatch already knows where they are. They know where they're already. I've put a little screen up there to show you a little bit of what it would look like, right, under the new system integrated with the city's existing Spillman CAD. We've incorporated every cost in here to have this integration, right? The efficiencies in dispatch that our proposal creates. The city has the potential to improve response times, right? If a dispatcher knows where officers are, they know whether they're available to dispatch, whether they've arrived on scene, whether they're on site, and so forth. Dispatchers can actually dispatch the closest units to that 911 call. So I urge you, while we're going through this, is put yourself in the position of a first responder or a dispatcher, and understand the importance of ensuring seamless integration between the two systems. That if you're an officer, you know that dispatch is going to have your location. I don't know if Neil had any.
Yeah, and so just kind of summarizing this slide right here, going with Motorola is going to allow full functionality, and all of this is computer-aided dispatch. This is what your dispatchers rely on, your first responders rely on, to have feature-rich functionality that helps them do their job and be smart and optimized, have situational awareness, be able to save seconds, because saving seconds saves lives. Going with the L3 Harris solution is going to have limited to no functionality. So that's going back in time, taking away features and functionalities that your first responders can greatly benefit from, and in some cases rely on today.
And then what I just wanted to do is summarize. Neil highlighted there were some things in the Hunt County Commissioner's Court this morning that just wanted to highlight, right? Finally, with our proposal, there are no shared frequencies. Right? The city of Greenville has complete ownership and control. The city will be able to add infrastructure and equipment at any time throughout the 10 years. Your existing public safety software applications remain intact and operational. The city will have an up-to-date and maintained radio system throughout the 10 years. All costs have been captured with our proposal. A couple of things this morning that we noticed. Sharing a radio system with the facility. The city won't have any control over loading on your system. From a capacity standpoint, additional radios you will be able to add additional radios, and the city won't even know about it, right? You will have a loading issue. We noticed this morning that Harris talked about one upgrade in 10 years, and we all understand that Rockwall County is going through similar challenges about signing a contract with a similar structure of upgrades, and they're experiencing significant challenges when they're trying to add new dispatch consoles, add new sites. Having a reduced or a no functionality CAD replacement, it doesn't seem like that's been included in the proposal, and if it has, ongoing maintenance costs certainly haven't either. The RFP standards were not met in that proposal. The last thing I wanted to highlight is city taxpayer dollars will go towards maintaining and upgrading the facility radio system. That's certainly the way we understand it, is if you're going to sign the city was looking at signing a 10-year agreement for a radio system. And to have, maintenance dollars associated to maintaining and upgrading the L3 Harris facility, I may be mistaken, but that's certainly the way it looked from the proposal this morning. This morning they also highlighted that a lot of things weren't even fleshed out. They were already talking about change orders, about things that weren't complete. Civil work that wasn't captured this morning. So like Neil mentioned, we just want to ensure that you guys do the due diligence and make sure that we hope that your committee has evaluated the proposal. We hope that your committee has looked at it and given their feedback on it. And Neil, I'll kind of, close it out with you.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. So I guess just in closing, my ask is, there's a lot of things that remain kind of just as question marks to us, mainly because we haven't seen it. The proposal wasn't posted. A lot has changed. I mean, it sounds like Hunt County is leading the charge on what exactly it is, the system that you guys are evaluating with the Harris proposal. So we're trying to gather from what the Hunt County design might look like, and that's ultimately kind of depicting what you guys might be evaluating with Harris. Our understanding is more sites does not equal better coverage. In fact, most of those sites might be very much related to providing the ability to talk on the city system within their facilities and their end users. And also understanding that, as a vendor, we're not here trying to tell you what your first responders require. We're not setting the standards for the type of technology they need and what they ultimately want. Your guys have done that through the 2.5 year process of very clearly outlining how they want the technology to work for them and how they want to operationalize that. So that's why our proposal aligns with the needs of your first responders in the city. The proposal that you guys are evaluating with Harris, that's a proposal that they proposed, maybe driven and led by some folks in the Hunt County committees. Not sure, don't know, but it's definitely not your first responders and what they put together. So my ask is, for a second, I understand that many of you guys might have friends and churchgoers and family members that might be L3 Greenville Harris employees. But I think there's a reason why none of them are here today in this room that live in Greenville and work in Greenville. It's because this is an aerospace and defense company that resides here in Greenville. We're talking about public safety radio communications. That's not the same company. It's the same company, but it's not the people that live and reside in this city. So if we were to just for a second remove vendor names and just look at vendor A and vendor B, who provides the best solution, who's going to provide the best support, and who's going to stand by and be the best partner, and we took away the names of the two vendors here, I think you guys, my guess is you guys would side with public safety, take their judgment and their hard work and their analysis and say, we trust you guys know what it is you need. We're not going to depict that and tell you what you want. So we believe you would ultimately, vendor names aside, vote with the first responders and the committee evaluation and their strong preference for a Motorola solution. Thank you.
Good. Are there any questions for that?
Can you give us a brief history of Motorola, like from the start to now?
Yeah.
How did you get your start? How did Motorola get their start?
Yeah, I mean, so we're a 90-plus year company, and we've always had a focus on public safety. I think many years ago, we also were in the cell phone industry, and at some point, I think 2012-ish, we decided we want to solely focus on two-way radios, public safety. That type of government is a big part of it. We also have commercial products as well. I think airports, hospitals, hotels, large box stores, retail, petrochem. But our main, the bread and butter of our business, the majority of our book of our business is police, fire, state and local governments. Our CEO wakes up every morning thinking about first responders and public safety. All of the products, sleeves, and the ecosystem that we serve starts from, call to case closure. So 911 dispatch equipment, CAD, records, RMS, body-worn equipment, fixed video cameras, public safety, LMR radio systems, all the way to case closure and evidence management, ultimately getting back to DA's office. So our entire product portfolio is designed to serve public safety. And so that's a big part of what we do. And that's just our heritage. And we've benefited, from maybe the city of Greenville, from our name and our history, for what we've done for this community. People trust us, we're a trusted partner, and we take service very seriously. Because we know, once we sell you an LMR system, we've got more to sell you. We've got CAD, we've got records, we've got body-worn, we've got video fixed security, we've got access control. We've got a lot more business to sell you. It's not, hey, we're done, see you later. We'll try to sell you an aircraft. That's not what we're here to do. We are public safety. Your customers, our first responders, making sure that we stay out of the news, their products work, their solutions work, has always been vitally important to our ability to grow as a company.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions for Motorola?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be L3. Tom?
Mayor, Council, Jason LaForge, Senior Regional Manager for the Southwest United States, L3 Harris. I think the signal, oh, there we go. Okay, cool. All right. I won't bore you too much with this slide again, but this does break down our segments and what we are as an organization. I know they kind of talked about how we're all separate from each other. We do share technologies, so we do get a benefit from each other, without a doubt. Like I said before, our Space and Intelligence Division is the one that provided the coding for our new fire radio. It's what the re-entry into the atmosphere is used whenever we launch satellites. So we share technologies. That's the main way that we do work together as a team. This is the tactical communication system. So this is where we fall under, and this is public safety. And yes, tactical DoD is a large portion of our business for the communication system segment. We provide the majority of the Department of Defense and NATO partner radios. I'm gonna go over this slide one more time. This is what we do in Greenville and in Texas. Those red squares are where we have sites, primarily with the utility organizations. We do contribute $810 million in direct wages, but I think an important one here is that we have 5,600 employees that work here in Greenville. And like I said before, you are our largest facility, and 1,408 of those live in the city of Greenville. That number at the bottom, that $2 billion number, is what we contribute annually to the economy with all of our suppliers and everything that we do in the area. So I know they said that we'll talk a little bit about what we're doing. I don't agree that the amount of sites don't matter. I think that sites and coverage are very important when it comes to building out radio systems. The more sites, the better the coverage. I know if you have too many sites in one area, you can have TDI, but we did all the optimization work ourselves. We understand the same parameters, the same challenges that every RF manufacturer has in terms of developing and designing a very good radio system. I do believe that if you have less than half the amount of sites, you would probably say that sites don't matter. But if you look at this has our the three sites for the city of Greenville are the gray top ones. And then in these yellow boxes, you see the RMS facility here will contribute 2 sites. That will be its own simulcast cell. So the frequencies, I want to clear some up on frequencies. We never asked the city to own your frequencies. That I don't know where that came from. We did ask at one time to help us possibly at the facility to get frequencies. But then we found out, since we have our own fire, police departments, we don't need to do that. So we will be applying and getting our own frequencies. And same thing with the frequencies for the city. The city will fill out the applications. It'll be under your name. You will own the frequencies. So it's not like we're trying to take your frequencies or take anything from you. That's just simply not true. And then, as was noted, Hunt County did add 2 sites, will add 2 sites to the system. With the facility, I will say we have our NSCs. The only way that you will still have control of your system. The city of Greenville will have the primary NSC. We'll have the secondary redundant NSC located at the facility. And what that does is that lowers your costs. That also lowers your maintenance costs. And in terms of, the upgrades, and we found with our equipment, it's the Cisco routers and switches, our commercial off-the-shelf product is what we have to replace about every 6 to 7 years. I'll also I have a letter from the sheriff from Rockwall as well, so we'll cover that one whenever we get a little bit further down. But as you can see, our design is a total of 7 sites. I assume that the Motorola Solutions design is still the same 3 sites. So we also followed everything within the RFP. The only thing that really was challenging for us, and we talked about this, was the CAD and the API interface. In our last meeting, I showed you an email from Motorola Solutions telling us we're not going to help you. So you made a hard requirement for something that Motorola Solutions owns and asked us to integrate to it. And I showed you an email where they said, no thanks, we're not going to play. So that kind of shows the level of cooperation that we were going to get there. I will say we are prepared to replace the CAD system at no charge. So that was something I said the last meeting. We have it in a letter to you guys, so that's not something that's unknown. There's a lot of details we need to work through. I doubt we'll get an API. Maybe they want to keep Spillman in here at Greenville. I don't know. That would be their decision should you guys decide to go with L3 Harris. So we also do the DAQ 3.4, and we do the 95% guaranteed coverage as well. So here's where our design is significantly different, primarily in the city of Greenville, as it does have 2 more sites. I don't know if you guys remember whenever I was up here last time, I showed you the difference between the Motorola Solution 3-site design and our design. You will receive much better in-building coverage in the city boundaries with 5 sites than 3 sites. They're optimized correctly, they work correctly. It's not something that you can even dispute that less sites is going to be better for you. That's just not true. So as you can see here, in the yellow again is the 30 dB coverage within the city boundaries, which does provide better in-building coverage. The facility is covered, obviously, with 2 sites at the facility, which is very important. I mean, a lot of Greenville, we talk about how many Greenville residents work in that facility. So to be able to talk in that facility is very important. I will say the facility has also moved forward. They have, we're waiting on your decision to decide how they're going to move forward regardless. If the city wants to join in, great. If the city doesn't, then they're going to still move forward. They've already taken that into account and put it into place. So this is what the map looks like whenever you add the 2 additional Hunt County sites. So this is all of Hunt County, and as you can tell, the yellow is the 30 dB coverage. I know Commerce was very, very important to the sheriff and to the community. The university is up there. It's on Whitley Hall. On the 12th floor, or on the top of the 12-story dormitory building there. And then we have one in the water tank down south. That was an area that in Quinlan, that was an area that the sheriff said was very important to him. We will pay for all of our facility stuff. We're not dumping any cost on you guys. We're buying the sites, we're paying for the maintenance, and we're buying one side of the core, and that helps reduce your cost in the long run. It doesn't take any capabilities away from you by any means in terms of programming your radios. We'll have an understanding. I mean, there will need to be an MOU, like I talked about before, in place between the county, the city, and the facility, but that's not a complicated thing to do. We have lots of examples that have worked, whenever it comes to MOUs. They're very good. The good news about an MOU is it'll outlast everyone else. So, because people change. So this is something else to consider as well. This is all of the partners that have L3 Harris equipment in your area. So you have at the top is Hunt. You have Rockwall there to the west. You have Kaufman below Rockwall, and then you have Henderson below. Everybody is moving to the latest system release, and it's the reason why Henderson County, or not Henderson, Rockwall County decided to move their upgrade up, because they want to get to SR10A.7, because whenever they're at that system release, it allows for seamless roaming. And what that means is your users will be able to go all over this area and not have to change the channel on their radio. So that's very important whenever if you're in a pursuit or something along those lines. All these networks will be connected. This is portable coverage. So this is more of your not necessarily worst case scenario, but if you look at it in comparison to the mobile coverage, mobile is much greater. All of Hunt County is covered, and obviously the city of Greenville is covered in mobile coverage. So, but as you can tell, it extends well beyond the boundaries of the partner counties that everybody wants to connect their systems together with. So I do have some of the description here. I know that you guys, I won't go into detail unless you guys want to. I know you have the documents, you have the information in regards to the pricing. The product offering is similar, although we are offering, I don't know if Motorola is offering multi-band radios. I don't know their radio offering, but we're offering our top tier radios. We didn't cut any corners. There's no gotchas on our end. So it's, in terms of that, it's probably maybe an apples to apples. Where it's not apples to apples is going to be in terms of sites. Obviously our system offers you 7 sites, where their offering gives you 3 sites. So if you lose a site, you're down to 2. We're down to 6. They lose another one, you're down to 1. We're down to 5. That's a big deal. Like if a tornado rolls through, and that happens. I mean, it does. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I will show you I do have the radio. So this is the pricing, which ours stayed the same. We kept our pricing the same as well. So our pricing did not change at all. And the only reason why we had different iterations was because we were asked to. The radio committee is who asked us to explore the partnership with the facility. It wasn't Hunt County. It was the radio committee. And I brought that up in the last meeting too. We were asked to, because I said in the last one, I said, I don't know if we can do that because of the security stuff. But we were able to do it. But we were asked to do that by the radio committee. That wasn't something that Hunt County led, like was stated previously. So let me pull up the, because I know we talked a lot about Rockwall. So this is a letter from the sheriff, and I'll just read it. It says, to whom it may concern, Rockwall County Commissioner meeting regarding L3 Harris update. On November 9th, 2021, Rockwall County Commissioners Court held a regular meeting. One of the terms discussed that day was regarding an attempt of the Rockwall County Sheriff's Office to accelerate the hardware refresh in the Master Service Agreement. To acquire the SR10A.7 update, L3 Harris had reached an agreement for Rockwall to accelerate payment of the hardware refresh lines in the current Master Service Agreement. This cost was in no way unexpected by the Rockwall County Sheriff's Office. The Rockwall County Sheriff's Office was fully aware of the agreed pricing and knew the cost of accelerating the payments to accomplish its goal of updating the radio system at an earlier date than agreed upon with L3 Harris. So just like in our case with you, we were completely upfront on all the costs that would be incurred through our maintenance contract. We don't see the need to refresh hardware. I mean, and our maintenance plan does all the software updates. So in terms of, us taking shortcuts or coming with change orders, that's just simply not true. What I do bring you is I bring you a partnership. I bring you a partnership with the facility. I bring you a partnership with Hunt County. And I bring you a partnership with Rockwall, Kaufman, and Henderson County. So does anybody have any questions or?
Any questions?
Can you give me a brief history of the start of Harris to now?
Oh boy, we go back to 1890 when the Harris brothers invented the printing press. So it was the mass distribution of communication. We were the first to come out with Phase 2 TDMA, which is the newest and latest, greatest. We did that with Federal Express. Like I said, we are also, we do a lot of we have different business segments that do a lot of different things. And we did merge, we were a merger of equals with L3 going on about 3 years ago now. And so it was, like I said, it was a merger of equals. And so now here we are today, I think we're at 17 billion roughly annually. But we started with a printing press. So like a mass notification through print.
Then I also have some questions on the Exhibit A that we were given last night. Page 3, I don't understand how those numbers transcribe into the first page, because you have that it should be $156,859.01. And if I total everything out, if I take the item, say there's a quantity of 2, it's reoccurring, so every 3 years, that would be times 3 over a 10-year agreement, and the item is, say, $900. That totaling out, I take all those line items, it comes out to $55 million.
Oh, item A.
Which you said you're on page what?
Page 3 of the 24. It's the packet, the Exhibit A.
Is that part of that
Towards the end.
large thing?
The email that you sent out last night with the current info from them. The updated pricing from...
Was it part of that 280-something page contract agreement? Oh, okay. So...
Yeah, because the last thing we received was May 6th, and then we just received
yeah.
this last night.
But where is it in the... Was it near the...
Exhibit A.
Exhibit A at the back.
If anything, it's definitely a typo.
But it doesn't, of course, like nowhere could I come up with a math that corresponded with it. The least I came up with was 18 million and some change on just the reoccurring items, not the one-time 8-year upgrade, system upgrade.
All right, here's Exhibit A.
Because even the one-time system upgrade came in over $1 million.
It's on the third page of Exhibit A?
Yeah.
This doesn't have pricing.
It's this. It's what you sent out last night.
Yeah, this is a print off of what I sent out last night. Is there...
What's the price? I mean, there's not a total page item. I can try to find it. It's
Well, I can tell you that the total cost for you over the entire 10 years is right at about $10 million. So that's maintenance and system.
These numbers just don't.
Yeah,
The lowest number that I can get out of it is still well above the number that you have listed in the cost, the first page of the cost sheet.
Is this the one that you're talking about? I think that's page 121.
Yeah,
page 121 of the packet. Okay.
3 of that, but it's the breakdown.
Yeah.
There's separate tabs on the RFQ.
Okay.
And it lists out a number.
So let me see.
27 items on the reoccurring.
All right. Must be in here. Do you have that proposal on your computer? Because if that's the third page, then it would be page 123 or 4, something like that, if it's past that initial pricing deal of the PDF. Well, what he's talking about is 2 pages after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went through the whole proposal and saw that.
It says 122.
Somewhere around there. I mean, I think this one that I printed off and handed to the council earlier It's just a summary at the beginning, which is, I think is page 121 of the PDF.
It's the tab for licenses and subscriptions. It's been the same tab with the same numbers, same quantities since the 4 scenarios were requested.
That's page 212.
212.
Because even in the subtotal of that, it comes out to $864,435.86, and that is not equal to $156,859. But I don't even see how that number was attained.
I'm looking at the. Well, this also, what I'm looking at here though shows all systems. So it breaks out from, you would have the Hunt County's paying for their piece. But I'm looking, are you looking at the 864, 435 at the bottom, or are you looking at the whole line total here that's running on total unit cost?
Yeah, I was trying to make sense of how all that came out, because it says like a quantity, it says the reoccurring every 3 years. So I put a multiplier of 3 times the quantity times the dollar amount. And I mean, 1,000 licenses for $17,575. I mean, that's just one line item per se, so is that really?
And you're saying that somehow these numbers total to 50 million?
Yeah, if you I mean, I can show you my computer right here if you want to look. I mean, if you take.
Are you multiplying by because the total unit cost is.
Total unit is by piece.
Well, actually, the total unit cost is everything that is into that pricing, so you wouldn't multiply that.
Okay, so then that total would be $18,451,129.68, if that's the case.
If you just total these lines.
So it's reoccurring every 3 years.
It's a million, I see it like.
Well, he's multiplying all those numbers times 3 is what he's saying.
Because it's reoccurring every 3 years.
No, it's the total unit cost shows the total cost of what it. I'm gonna have to get back to you on. I'm gonna have to look at this with my team. I know that like the total unit cost. I mean, that is after all the multiplication, and so you would add 906 to 34,515, 15,575. If you totaled all of that up, I mean, from my just quick estimate, it'd be maybe a couple $100,000. Unless we're looking at something completely different.
I'm adding it up and it's 18 million.
I think the confusion is the use of the word.
Yeah, the unit. So in that case, then it's, yeah, I mean, I just.
Sorry, I will address that with our team, but it's not you don't multiply any of that. That total cost is the total cost at the end.
Okay, so at the bottom, where is at the bottom of that spreadsheet, at the total, how is the $864,435.86, where does that come up on the first page? Because I'm trying to. Because it says total proposal cost for all system licenses is $156,859.01. That's off by a few $100,000. Around 600,000, to be exact. Be closer.
So you're saying which one's the total 10-year cost? Warranty plus years 3 through 10 is the one that's not accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it's the total 10-year cost. Yeah. Warranty plus 3 through 1. So even if you did subtract your bottom line item of your top section to the first page, that number still doesn't add up.
This is also all systems and not just yours.
So you're saying this estimate that we have is all systems? So we're paying for everybody else?
No, you're not paying for everybody else. Is the number less that's at the top that you're talking about?
Yeah, I just
That
want
would
to
be
make
your
sure.
portion of that.
Yeah, I just don't want to make sure that you don't come back and say, oh, well, the number was in there, it just wasn't transposed properly. It was a mix-up on our spreadsheet.
And I understand.
There's been a number of things that have been found on mix-ups of the spreadsheet on your side. So I'm just trying to make sure things are accurate that we're looking at. Is that all you have for it?
Yes.
You'll have to get back to your team?
I mean, I can go and but I know that if your price is lower than that 864, that's your portion of that, because that's for all. I mean, the description there is all systems.
Where is that description, all systems? Sorry.
What was that page again?
It's right here, Tim.
Okay, so this page 3 does not properly reflect what your numbers are then.
My apologies, I didn't.
So just to be clear, that first page is our cost if the city chooses this.
That's
This
right.
third page is everybody, like
Yes.
the city and the county.
Because whenever we were asked to do scenario 4, it was everybody together, and as to that page that you have is your cost. That is what you're contractually would be obligated to. And we can clear up anything that you would like to in terms of that, put any language in there that you want to do that differently. But I'm like I said before, I'm not here to do anything dishonest.
Okay. No, just originally when they first gave us the scenario 4, it was 1.4 million, and it went down to the 800.
I have one.
864.
Yes, ma'am.
While we're waiting, looking at this, is there a guaranteed total contract price? And if so, does that even matter?
There is a total guaranteed contract, and this is firm and fixed pricing, so the pricing on that price page for you is what we're guaranteed to do all of this work for.
Okay.
It's
Okay, are there other questions? Ben, do you have any questions?
I have
Yeah,
another one, but
okay.
it's not for him though.
Do you have any more questions, Dan? No. Kenneth? Terry? No, sir. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. You have a question?
I do.
Okay.
So our committee is Jeremy, Jordan, and Starnes, correct? So I want to ask you three something. It's been said twice from Motorola and L3, but more so from L3. In your opinion, you three, since y'all did the review for this and you put in so much time and effort, is it best to have 3 sites or is it best to have more than 3 sites that they were speaking of?
You want to come up? So, not being a technical expert on this, I don't know that it's the amount of sites that matters. It's the goal you're trying, the coverage goal you're trying to get to. And both systems met our coverage goal requirements. Probably the best way I can explain it, and anything else would getting technical, and our committee is not the person to answer those questions.
Okay, I just wanted to ask because you guys put so much time and research into doing this, and I feel like we're so focused on Motorola and L3, we're forgetting that you three actually put in the time and effort to get the information to us. Because if you hadn't have done that, we wouldn't know anything about what's going on. So thank you for that, but I just wanted your opinion on that.
Yeah, and really, it was those two gentlemen back there, a lot more than me, for sure. Just trying to support them, but they're the guys who did the legwork along with our consultant. So if there's anybody to be recognized, it's definitely them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel, do you want to, before we open up public testimony, do you have anything you want to add to any of this?
Not really. I mean, I can go over the prices that are quoted in the contracts, but I mean, I think you've probably all heard a lot about the background and the radio reviews that have happened over the past 2 years. I may be able to answer questions if you have any, but I can go over prices when you're ready, to the extent that those aren't clear.
Are the pricing clear to everybody? Sure. With including the offer from the county to participate in part?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, then I'll open this up for public testimony. Do you have anyone who'd like to?
Judge Stovall.
Mayor, excuse me, got sinus issues. Mayor and council members, I'm here to report what you've already heard, that Commissioners Court this morning voted to enter into an agreement with L3 Harris and the City of Greenville and the county, putting in a radio system that benefit everybody within our community. All the taxpayers in the City of Greenville are also taxpayers for Hunt County. And we think the best way to do it is for the participation. And I think it'd be great for our community that we have a group that's made up of the city, county, and our largest taxpayer, employer, and really the biggest utility user in the city also. It makes a lot of sense. Their system is good. Our system, unfortunately, our CAD system they talk a lot about. We've done a lot of work on that since discovering it because the court didn't even know we had a problem with it. And it's a problem that's been there back years that never got brought up to the attention level that it needed to come to. It's not the vendor's problem, it's our problem. The county never got it set up correctly. We haven't been paying for upgrades when we're requested to pay for them, so we have failed in our responsibilities as a county to keep that system up and working the way it should be working. It's the same system, or with the current upgrades, it's the same as what Rockwall County uses, and they love it. Rockwall City loves it. They all love it, the same system we have. Unfortunately, we never got ours set up correctly. We never did the upgrades, and nobody complained high enough up to get the attention. So I don't think there's ever going to be a problem with CAD. I know that's a big focus for the local law enforcement people and emergency management people for the city. But I just don't think that's going to be an issue. If Rockwall can do it, I know we can do it. And I think we're on our way to getting it fixed. Kind of waiting on the outcome of all of this to see how fast we move. But we're going to fix our system one way or the other. As far as the benefit the county is getting from it, I'm not an expert. I'm not going to talk about more tires, less tires, but we're getting a huge benefit from L3 Harris putting up antennas, City of Greenville putting up antennas, and then us able to put them on top of a water tower in Quinlan and on top of a dormitory in A&M Commerce. So we're not having to spend that money putting up the towers that the city's spending and L3 Harris is spending. That's part of the rationale for the county being willing to pay and contribute money to the City of Greenville is because it's keeping us from having to do more. And we're still ready, willing, and able to do that. But, I think one of them mentioned that came up to court this morning, I think it was maybe you said it. When I first got these reports months back and got to looking at it, having been in the surveying business and working for civil engineering firms most of my career, 38 years, I saw the numbers for civil engineering in there, there's several hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I did ask Harris, I said, what the heck are they having to design to cost that much money per antenna? And he said, well, you know, there's markups in it, and that's what, you know, the engineers say. He said, but if y'all want to do it on your own, I tell you, go do it on your own. And you can. And I talked to Van Zandt County. They've already been on their own. They've already got their antennas up on their system. It's costing them $400,000 or $500,000 to put up their antennas. I think the bids for both of these companies are close to $1 million. There's a lot of savings. And if, you know, if the city has the capability and the want to offset some of those costs, I know Harris said they'd be happy to pull that out of theirs. I don't know what Motorola would feel like, but I think that's what came up this morning is the civil engineering cost in that was in y'all's original contract. I think it's close to $1 million for just civil engineering for the towers. And it's just, that's not, there's no reason for us to pay that kind of money. And if we have to add another tower, you know, the county will not do it that way. We will do our own. We'll talk to Van Zandt, get their people that did it, and we'd work with them to make sure we get up the antennas that make it work for us. There was some discussion this morning also that, you know, our county's not getting the full coverage in some of our outlying schools, which is not what we asked to start with. You know, with the, unfortunately, with the shooting in Uvalde, everybody's, you know, upset and now concerned about making sure we got communication within the schools. But we do have in-school coverage for all but I believe 8 of the schools, school buildings in the county. But they all have Wi-Fi, and the system will work off of Wi-Fi. They'll still be able to communicate inside the building without us having to go further with putting in additional antennas. But down the road, if we see the need to protect the kids, that's what we'll do. But that's not part of this project. That wasn't contemplated until Uvalde hit. And we all are very conscious of that and got to work to try to, you know, make sure our kids are as safe as they can be. I know our sheriff's been meeting with them and trying to get plans together to make sure we don't have that kind of incident out in the county. So I'm here hoping that you'll approve the contract with L3 and Hunt County and L3 Harris. And, you know, as divided as our country seems to be in so many things, it'd be nice to step forward and let's do something as a community and all together and be as one. And it's a good project to work on together, and I think it'll benefit all of us. And got any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer.
Any questions for Judge Stovall?
Yeah, I'd like to ask, the last time you spoke, a big factor of why you didn't want us to go with Motorola is because you had issues with Motorola equipment. Has that been remedied as they stated they would do the next day?
Not that I know of. They have told us that they called somebody, but I've asked the sheriff 2 or 3 times and he's never had a call from them. And he's the guy.
I've heard different.
I can make a phone call right quick, but last I heard, we don't have anything. We haven't had, like I told you last time, we don't have anything Motorola left hardly. And the only reason we have WatchGuard, which they bought, and then they wouldn't fix it. I mean, we've had issues with it for over a year without them working on it. So just because it got brought up, maybe they're trying to help now, I mean, that's okay, but, you know, why weren't they doing it a year ago? You know, does that mean you gotta have a hammer on top of them to make sure that they get it done?
Yeah, okay, so you also had an issue with maintaining your Tyler Technology CAD system, which is what L3 Harris is proposing. So does that have anything to do with the maintenance of your WatchGuard system as well?
No, they're not related.
Well, the relation of mismanagement of the systems. Who was in charge of maintaining those systems?
IT is in maintenance over WatchGuard, and our dispatch is over the dispatch area. Okay. In the CAD system.
Okay. And then when you put this out to bid, who all was invited to bid?
We did a sole source agreement contract.
So you didn't give the citizens of Hunt County a chance for a best bid situation?
We think we had the best bid. It's cheaper than what Motorola is.
I mean, there's someone in this room that made a comment to Payne County, Oklahoma. Prices would be dropped significantly by going through a competitive process.
That's your opinion. We're not required to.
It was this gentleman in the back of the room that just got done speaking for L3 Harris.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
All right. In Payne County, Oklahoma, these gentlemen tried to charge $15 million originally for about $2.5 million worth of work. They also, they're looking into.
Not true.
Please use facts. Thank you.
Come forward if you'd like, so you can speak into the deal, and please be respectful, thank you.
In Payne County, Oklahoma, I'll put it to you like this. The original bid was $15 million, which then dropped to $12 million if they decide by December. And then whenever that didn't happen, and I literally walked in the room, it dropped down to 10. So in terms of what happened in Payne County, Oklahoma, that has no relevance here in Hunt County. That's a completely different scenario altogether, without a doubt. I mean, that was, and the commissioners knew when they immediately dropped their price by millions of dollars to sign by December that they were being overcharged. They're like, so you can just drop $2 million, $3 million out of your price? Sign it by the end of the year?
I think that's what L3 Harris has been doing this whole time since they've put their first bid in. Every time we get a bid, it's lower.
That's not true. We've kept our pricing. I mean, you went through 4
5,
BAFOs.
6 of 22, and the one I'm looking at right now.
Well, you know
Drastically
that there's
different.
a difference between the shared facility design and Greenville owning the entire system with the 3 sites. There is a difference, and that's probably why you're thinking that our pricing dropped. Because whenever you don't include the facility with the shared cores, and us taking some of that cost and responsibility on, then your pricing standing by yourself is higher. Our first proposal to you, I believe was, I'd have to look, but it is, so there was just you, there was just Greenville all alone, no shared design, no shared network, and then the committee wanted to talk about the shared design with the facility. We went through 4 BAFOs.
The initial process that I saw were within 100, plus or minus $100,000 of each other, around $11 million. The initial process that I saw when I became involved in it when it became a mayor. So I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I mean, really the biggest price difference is Greenville by itself versus a shared partnership, and then Hunt County came in. So when we started out with just the facility in Greenville, and your pricing dropped. Because we assume, we are paying for one side of the core. Your maintenance drops because we're paying to maintain one side of the core, which is a pretty big, that's the biggest cost factor in terms of maintenance. So I was thinking Stillwater, Oklahoma, was the $2.5 million project. Payne County was roughly $6 million worth. Our bid to Payne County was non-solicited, was right at $6 million. They were at 15. And that's when the commissioners were like, whoa. So they're not one and the same by any means. This is not you can't, I appreciate it, but it's not the same.
Was that a bid based on a consultant's spec?
It will be now that they are hiring TUSA consultants.
So, but it was not. At the time, it was not a bid based on a consultant's
No,
spec.
because the city of Stillwater sole sourced their project, which is now being questioned because it literally, people know that it's about $2.5 million worth of work, and it was a $6.8 million price.
Okay, and then Hunt County was based, the Hunt County proposal that was just approved was based on a consultant spec?
The Hunt County one that was just bought off of is off of the Henderson County contract that did go through the competitive process.
No, what the Hunt County Commissioners Court, that was a consultant spec'd what was needed.
We had a consultant review it, And they've agreed that it meets all the qualifications Hunt County needs.
But it's missing multiple schools.
We didn't make that as a requirement to start with. That never was talked about.
Okay, and then-
Valley happened a few weeks ago, and now it's become a buzzword, but we were already trying to
Yeah.
get here to make this deal happen between the city and the county and L3 Harris. The court's already recognized we have to do it. I mean, that's above and beyond what we asked them to give us.
Okay, and then still, when you mentioned that it's okay because they have Wi-Fi, do these radios just automatically switch to any Wi-Fi network to have communication?
They can automatically switch, or you can program them to switch when you enter the building. But the
So
radio
any-
does have
any-
the ability to access a Wi-Fi network and talk on the radio system, yes.
So then, but it will be, so any person with a radio can walk in this building and connect to the Wi-Fi network?
Assuming
Just
that it is,
freely.
you have to have it programmed, it has to be programmed into the radio, so programming. If you know what schools that you're going, like your school resource officer is gonna know what schools he's gonna be at. You just put in SSID, password, and then the radio will log in and register to the Wi-Fi system.
But if any other officer comes in and they're not logged into that, they don't have access to that Wi-Fi network, then the resource officer won't be able to speak to any of the county or any other first responders. That's my concern. So this is a big issue.
Well, it is a big issue, except, again, this came up just the last few weeks, so we can't slow down the process. The county's gonna address it, that'll be our problem, that's our expense. If we have to put up another antenna or get another site somewhere where we can put an antenna on it to get that coverage, if that's what's required, we'll do it. That's outside the scope of what we've been talking about. We never were talking about inside building coverage. County never asked for it, sheriff wasn't asking for it. We were okay with just having the coverage. Because we don't have coverage, period, most places in the county today. Our radios don't work in most parts of the county. So we've got deputies out. I mean, sheriff said this morning, they had a guy was out, one of his deputies was out in the field in a chase, and thank goodness, the county's been providing them with those first responder emergency phones where they can get on the channel no matter what. Those phones always work. They're AT&T first response, I think. Only first responders can buy and be on those phones. And we furnish them to all our sheriff's deputies and all our Homeland Security people, all our constables, to make sure when they're out in the county anywhere, they can get out on their cell phone.
I got one comment on with 5 sites, you're gonna have a lot better in-building coverage than 3 sites. That's even in your schools in the city of Greenville. It's a fact. You add in there 2 sites, that's 7 sites. But they still, they're still able to, the users can still use the sites. I mean, the in-building coverage is significantly better with our design for the city of Greenville. That's why for me, it's hard to understand. Now we're at 7 sites versus 3 sites, 5 sites versus 3 sites. It's a big difference. It is, and in terms of your in-building school coverage, it is a big difference.
Yeah, I understand the 2, 3, 7 sites. Like in the 7 sites, say Commerce goes down, well, Commerce loses. Greenville's still fine. Say 1 site goes down at L3, well, they're still covered because they have 2 sites covering the airport. And I understand how
all
sites work.
All sites work together. So all 5 of those sites in the city of Greenville work together
Okay,
in conjunction with the 2 sites that Hunt County's bringing in.
Okay, if you showed us that map again, we know that that site with that yellow around it is covering that site. I understand how they all work together, but say that site in Commerce goes down, these sites in Greenville are not going to give that same coverage to Commerce.
You have a site, and that's why it's important to have additional sites because of redundancy. You have a tornado come through, wipe out a site or 2 sites. Like, let's say you have 5 in the city of Greenville now, right? You have 2 sites go down, you have 3 sites remaining and standing with our design. Whereas our competitors' design, you have 1 site.
Well,
That's a big difference.
And we still, and as we're working to set up, we will still have radio-to-radio communication and a mobile station that can be set up and a mobile emergency response station that can be set up.
You can switch to cellular, you can do all different avenues that can. But just in terms of sites and coverage, and in schools. I mean, for the city of Greenville, you're gonna have better in-building coverage with 5 sites than 3 sites.
Well, and as the city of Greenville, we're looking at the 5-site option because the 2 sites are not going to give us in-building coverage that are covered by the county.
Understood. And that's more of a community engagement, partnership mentality approach than it is anything else.
Okay.
Okay, did you complete, do you have any questions?
Well, I'd like to have Motorola have a response to what he had said, or since he was able to respond to Mr. Stovall, I'd like for them to be able to respond about the question about fixing the Motorola equipment with the county.
So on the wash card side, right, obviously it's always disappointing when we hear that customers have been experiencing some challenges. Snowball mentioned he was experiencing some issues with wash card back in March when we met. You know, obviously this was an issue that we looked into, and you know, we found that, and we actually pulled the call logs to understand how many tickets were open, you know, how responsive our teams were, and our service teams were responsive in fixing wash cards issues. Right, an issue would pop up. Sometimes they would respond within an hour. Sometimes they would respond within 2 days. Right, and these issues weren't from an operational perspective. They were challenges. Hey, you got to reboot the system, things like that to fix it. And you know, obviously, I didn't like that answer. I wanted to continue to dig into that. And I found that the server that the county was using for WatchGuard was 8 years old. We've been asking and telling the county that servers have to get replaced after 5 years. Right, similar to what the city's been doing lately. And we actually have a really good relationship with the Hunt County IT department. Back in November, the IT department actually procured a new server, and they said, hey, can you guys install this? Install the WatchGuard software on the new server. We said, no problem. So we actually, we worked with them to get that installed, and I've actually got, I've got an email from the IT director. Like I said, we've got a good relationship with the IT department. We work with them, try and fix their issues, try and get what we need to do. We actually just reached out to the IT director, and he said, yes, sir, one of our techs, Ray Murphy, took care of it, and so far up and running, no issues back in June. So obviously I'm a little confused at some of the comments that the judge made. It's not what we've seen, it's not what we've tracked. You know, if they are experiencing issues, we're more than happy to help, right? We want to, you know, do what we can to help. There was, during some of that process with the server exchange, there was data that was lost, which happened with old servers, with hard drives that break. We have that server now, and we are covering the cost to recover that, the data from that server, because that's the right thing to do, right? Customers in trouble, so we actually reached out to the IT department. They gave us a recovery place that they recommend we using. Right now, the drives are getting recovered at Motorola cost, and if we're able to retrieve any of that data, that's going to be on campus.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any further questions?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Are there additional?
Larry Ellis.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Larry Ellis. I live at 8580 Cedar Creek. God forbid, but if we had something really bad happen, wouldn't we want our communication systems to kind of be joined together? In other words, would we want the county to have the L3 Harris, and we want the city of Greenville to have L3 Harris, so all of the responders that we need, I'm not talking about something little that happened, think of something major that happened. We need people coming from every direction to help. Wouldn't it be better if we had one system that we were managing? Also, wouldn't that be cheaper for our taxpayers if we had one system that we were keeping track of and managing than having, okay, that's their system over here, this is their system over here, and we know we already have problems now. The sheriff told me this morning, he said, Larry, we don't even reach areas. Rockwall reaches areas we don't even reach. Now wait, that's crazy. How can Rockwall be reaching areas into our county with coverage that we don't even have coverage on? You know, that's impossible. That shouldn't be like that. And again, it makes no sense to me. Why would we have two different systems? Why would we do that? That's got to be we're having to deal with two different companies. Isn't it always better to deal with one company? And by the way, this isn't like, let's play like it's A and let's play like it's B. That's not the deal here. That's L3 Harris, okay? They are a big part of our community. That's a lot right there. They're not somebody to dismiss. I got it. Motorola, been around forever. Everybody knows that name, big name. But guess what? They're not the big boys in Greenville, Texas. And guess who is? L3 Harris, they're the big boys out there. And we need to think about that. And also, the county is pledging us $2 million. I don't know about y'all, but I sort of got a feeling that our taxpayers in this city, they're wanting you guys to lower the tax rate. And I'm talking $2 million, that's money. That's real money. I don't know, I'm not smart like Summer and know what the actual number is, but I'm thinking it's gotta be 5 or 6 cents. So I'm just saying this, man, if something bad happens, this is your decision. If something bad happens, don't we want everybody coming together? Don't we want them, nobody saying, oh, then we go back and analyze it like they're doing other cities and go, you know what? They have these 2 different systems, it didn't all work out, somebody didn't know what was going on, and that all messed it up. Wouldn't it be better if we were all on the same page, all going in the same direction? Like, you know, Judge Stovall says, it would be good if we had a community that comes together and we're all on the same page. And we do something that's going to help our taxpayers. So please think about that.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Mayor, Council, I'm Al Atkins, 2510 Rolling Hills Drive. It's been 9 months since the council approved the $8 million in COs to fund this system. Understandably, questions arose, and for the last 7 months, you folks have been investigating and resolving the issues that have come up. And I do thank you for your due diligence in doing that as well. Like the folks from Motorola said, don't get caught up in play. Ultimately, when the transmit button is pushed, what you want and what matters most is that the equipment works, it's reliable, and it meets the needs. Numerous cities, counties, and agencies all across America have either Motorola or L3 Harris systems. I'm confident they are pleased with what they've chosen. Mr. Ellis just mentioned a big major event, having been personally impacted by both more F5 tornadoes. It is crucial that you have a redundancy in your system and you have the largest communications area that you can. Tonight, your charge is to award a contract to provide the best communications, the best equipment, and the best area coverage for our public safety teams, our city teams, and any other partners who care to join. Your fiduciary duty to the citizens and to the taxpayers is to provide this system at the best possible cost. Looking at the AIR, it was eye-opening to realize that the 8 years of support and maintenance will total on the system for Motorola almost $4 million. That's a $500,000 a year that you have to budget. So realistically, the cost of these systems for 10 years, and everything is predicated on 10 years, is $1 million a year, no matter who you go to. What happens on year 11? Nothing's been talked about past 10 years. Anyway, if we remember when the certificates were approved back in September of last year, we were all under the impression that we were going to get a system that would last for now and way into the future, not just 10 years. As Judge Stovall said, this morning the commissioners agreed to put in 2 towers, partner with the city, L3, and save the city several $1 million by the time you look at the maintenance costs involved as well. This vote cannot be ignored, nor should it be minimized in your decision. As I said, funding has been approved for 9 months. Costs are rising. It's really time to make a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins.
Clay Cassard.
For Motorola here in the Texas region.
And a couple of things I just want to just summarize and just reiterate with you guys is our solution, our proposal is truly a 10-year total cost of ownership, 0 surprises. You've heard my boss, Neil Thomas, who runs the Western United States, come and tell you, and you'll hear my commitment here tonight. There is no surprises. What you see is what you get. That total cost of ownership is what it's going to cost you for the 10 years, no doubt. You've heard coverage. You've heard discussion about coverage. We met the requirements that were outlined in the RFP from a coverage standpoint. And one thing I do want to commend actually your committee who put so much work behind this is this was prior to Uvalde. We've heard about Uvalde. We've heard about, hey, we haven't planned for schools, etc. Your committee has planned for that in your RFP, in your requirements. They outlined all the critical buildings. They outlined the schools, the churches, the hospitals. They thought of that beforehand, and they said, this is important for us. This is important for our community. We have to be able to cover this. So when you look at coverage, more sites isn't better. Coverage is about how do you meet the requirements? How do you provide coverage to the areas in which you need to cover, which you guys did a very good job through your committee, your professionals, outlining what those needs are. And we meet that. CAD, it's a big deal. It's not something to sweep under the rug. It's not something to say, oh, you know, any CAD is any CAD. You guys went through an entire process. It was even talked about in the March City Council meeting. Y'all's committee, y'all put together a committee made up of your public safety officials that said, this is what we need out of a CAD. You put together requirements. You went through an entire process. You went through and evaluated many different CAD providers, and you selected a CAD solution that met the city's needs. That's what you guys have. And lastly, you know, when it comes to making a selection, I just ask that if you do, just look at who makes the best solution that meets the needs of the requirements that your public safety, that your first responders, that your committee put together. Please, as you make that decision, don't make it about the name that's at the top of the letterhead. Please make it about the company that can provide the best solution for the city of Greenville, for y'all's first responders who work so hard to put together an option that they can rely on and they can use as a critical lifeline in their business. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to respond to that since that was Mr. Ford? Would you like to respond to any of that?
I just go back to the.
So everybody gets to respond to everybody.
Well, I mean, Motorola is responding, just to respond to that. He wants to.
I was just gonna say again that the amount of sites does matter. That's, to discount that is not really the right thing to do.
You didn't say the amount of sites didn't matter. That's not what you said.
Okay.
What, Ben?
I said that he didn't say the amount of sites doesn't matter.
I can't understand.
He said that what was said, the gentleman before did not say the amount of sites did not matter. That's
The
what
amount
Ben
of
is
sites
saying.
do matter?
No, Ben is saying.
Oh.
Say that they don't matter.
That's what I heard, but if you're saying that the amount of sites do matter, then I agree with you then, or council.
No, he's saying this is ridiculous. He's saying that that's not what they said. So I think this is a waste of time.
Okay, I think it is too. Are there any other public testimony?
No, I'm saying going back and forth about, I'm not saying public safety is a waste of time.
I don't think anybody's saying that. Okay, is there any further public testimony? No. Okay, I'll close the public testimony. Would anyone like to speak on this item? No, I'd like to speak. First of all, and it's been brought up before, I'd like to compliment the acting police chief Starnes and deputy fire chief Stallings. I talked to them on several occasions after this became an issue in December, when Motorola said that they weren't going to increase the price. And They did an absolutely outstanding job. I think both vendors probably have agreed with that. I think our community, I'll say it this way, our community was lucky to have two people like that, and I think any community would have been lucky to have them. So anything I'm going to say tonight has really nothing to do with the job they did. They were outstanding. They understood the project. They could always answer the questions. Greenville was well served by their, I don't know how many years they worked on it, 2 or 3 years, but we were very well served by what they did. So I want to commend them, and I suppose everybody knows who they are right there. I saw them ask them to stand. There have been a lot of claims and questions. I mean, even tonight, there's questions about the process, about the systems. There was claims that the process wasn't fair. The city consultant that we had was biased towards Motorola. There were questions about why the county wasn't involved from the start. And then there have also been claims by various people that L3 not even support the products. I think it's important as public servants to ensure that vendors are treated fairly. And while I do believe there was evidence that didn't happen, that there was some subtle bias, I don't think it really mattered in this process, and I'm going to explain that in just a moment. One of the questions that came to my mind immediately is, because these systems do have a lot of capacity, I learned some things from Chief Starnes and Chief Stocksdale. Why weren't other entities involved? Why didn't JUICE? Why didn't the Hospital Foundation? Why didn't some of our volunteer fire departments reach out and want to participate in this process? And also, why wasn't the county involved? Because I remembered somewhere that Judge Horn expressing an interest in perhaps even having a task force that looked into a consortium of communities within Hunt County of developing a system at the time. I think later on I learned that the reason that was abandoned is because the city simply at that time didn't have the money. Their involvement, the county's involvement today, really stems from a chance meeting that I had in a parking lot. And I met Judge Stovall in a parking lot with one of his commissioners, and we started talking about what was going on, and I mentioned the radio project, which was on my mind at the time, and I had to ask him why the county wasn't participating. And he indicated that they were having problems with the current vendor and that they wanted to participate, that they had thought they had the money now. So that was then and this was now. And to me, when that happened, the process changed. Now we had a potential partner that would offset some of our costs and perhaps develop a system that Greenville and Hunt County and others could work with alike. I want to talk about been a lot of talk about the RFP process, the technical scores. I don't know if people know the technical scores that came out of this evaluation. The scoring of these two vendors was within 1 percentage point, 1.2%. Okay, one of them scored 80%, the other scored 81%. So our team scored these systems essentially equal. There was essentially no difference. The pricing on the original pricing that I saw in December was essentially the same, including 10 years of maintenance. I don't remember the exact numbers. There have been different prices since then, but the prices were essentially the same. They were within an $11 million contract, as I recall. They were within plus or minus $100,000. Some council members have raised issues about L3 support and maintenance, whether it be supported if we did L3 maintenance. I was in the hardware and software business for about 40 years. Probably not as sophisticated as either of your systems or companies are, but I can tell you if you want to create doubt or whisper about products or service, it's always possible. It's always possible to diss the competition. And you usually don't have to look very far when you do that. I don't know if the Sheriff's Department issue is with Motorola is one of those examples or not. But in order to address the issue about L3 support and service, I text Mr. LaForge for some references. and he gave me 3 references. One of them is Roger Anderson, who's communication manager at the Norman Police Department. Norman's population is 110,000. It's larger than our counties. They have 198 police, 170 firemen, and 6 antennas. The city of Norman shares their system with the University of Oklahoma Police Department and a Cleveland County volunteer fire department. They've been using the system for almost 4 years. They operate under a long-term hardware-software agreement, which there have been no additional charges. Mr. Anderson described their service as fantastic, either through a local office that apparently is located somewhere in Oklahoma City or Norman, or through a Dallas office that does service. I also spoke with Stephen Chandler, who is the chief of the OU Police Department, the campus at the University of Oklahoma. OU connects directly to Norman's core, and he also used the word fantastic to describe both their systems and their service. I talked to Dr. James Morris, who's the manager of IT and Public Safety and Communication Support at Oklahoma City. And it's kind of interesting about this. Public Works, he told me, was their biggest user. We haven't talked anything about Public Works. I don't know if the committee considered that. We talked about public safety. Jeremy says they did, but okay. They have 2,500 police and 1,000 firemen. They have 99% coverage over 640 square miles. Hunt County is about 840 square miles. And James Morris told me, this was his quote, "Knowing what I know now, I lean heavily toward the L3Com system." I want to be perfectly fair about this. I didn't interview any Motorola users. I know they've been in the business for a long time. I expected glowing revenues from Motorola also, and the same result. This is a mature industry. Either system, I believe, will meet our goals. And they compete on a regular basis. Greenville's situation is unique because L3 Harris has already purchased an L3Com system that will be installed in our city-owned facility. We own that facility. The city owns the facility that this will be installed in. There must be some synergies that we would derive from using the same system. Does it really make sense to have 2 completely different systems installed in facilities we own? In other words, would it make sense to have, for example, a Motorola system installed at the police department and an L3 system installed at L3? We own both of those facilities, no difference. Greenville's situation is also unique because Hunt County has decided to purchase an L3Com system and is willing to pay us $2 million to share our core. I assume that's the correct deal, but they're willing to pay us $2 million to participate as a partner in this. $2 million is a lot of money for the city of Greenville. We're currently going through budget hearings. When you think about the tax rate, our tax rate is going to be about $275,000 per penny this year, which means it represents about $2 million represents about 7 cents on the tax rate. Employees, and I've said this ever since I've been on the council, and this is true of almost any organization, be it Motorola, L3 Harris, or the city of Greenville. Employees are our most important asset. And our employees, I know, as probably everybody in this room, has been impacted by inflation. Who knows when that will end with our current administration. But including reclassification, we're in the process of reclassifying some employees and hopefully giving them a cost of living and merit increases. Our payroll just to offset the cost of inflation for our employees could easily increase $2 million. I'll put that in perspective. That's what $2 million means to our city. The past 2 years, we redeveloped Austin Park. Just to put that in perspective, $2 million will redevelop 6 Austin Parks. And will also pay for approximately 4 miles of mill and overlay. I could go on with this, I'm sure you'll get the point. But one of the things that really bothers me, and I guess Judge Stovall touched on this, our citizens pay city taxes and Greenville taxes. And I simply, I just, it doesn't seem fair to me to ask them to pay for two different systems when one system will work just fine. So I'm a proponent of accepting L3, the county's offer, L3's offer, and I'd like to put on that on the table for consideration.
I have another. I'd like to make one comment if I can.
Okay.
In the bidding process, I asked for 4 scenarios, and if we were to go with L3 Harris by ourselves, the cost would be $12,580,102.92. But if we were to go with L3 Harris partnering with the county, the new number is now $10,249,025.40.
Including maintenance.
Including maintenance. So by partnering with the county, we're ultimately saving $2,331,77.52. I'd like to ask Motorola if the county were to allow you to bid on a shared system between, with Greenville owning and Hunt County being a user, would our pricing be lower?
Can you repeat the question?
Because of sharing a system, if we were to have Hunt County, if we were to share our system with Hunt County, like we are proposing to do with L3 Harris, would the city of Greenville's expense for this system be less?
Yeah, but I mean, my understanding is the 7 sites they're talking about, remove 2 sites because that's for the facility. So the 5 sites, 2 of those sites are to provide coverage beyond the city limits of Greenville.
Those are covered by Hunt County.
Hunt County, right. So in the scenario that you guys, the county were to participate with Greenville, there would only be 2 sites that would need to be added to have an apples-to-apples comparison. And if your numbers are correct, I believe our proposal is also around 10 million. So I'm not sure that there is a $2 million savings at the end of the day. But maybe that's beyond. So you guys are saying a system that you're considering with Harris is actually going to be 10 million minus the 2 million coming from the county. So it's only 8 million?
$8,249,025.40.
Right.
But if the county would be, yes, with the 2, well, with the what?
Well, the $2 million that they're giving us.
Yes. Yeah, with the $2 million.
So your contract value that you're seeing, the total contract value that you guys were asking about, it's not the 10 million number, it's 8 million. That's the contract value that the city would be responsible for. And that 2 million more would become the county's contract value because they're flipping the bill on that 2 additional million.
Yes, but I'm trying to compare apples to apples, and this has been bushels of apples from different trees that we're trying to compare. So I asked for 4 scenarios, and one of this, because Motorola has only given us an estimate for just the city of Greenville. They have not been allowed to put any estimate together involving Hunt County.
Yeah, it's our understanding that the county only wants to partner with L3 Harris. So they've not solicited bids from other vendors due to some issues that they experienced with body-worn cameras that I believe we've narrowed down to be server issues that were owned by the city IT department that also caused issues with CAD. So it wasn't really a vendor problem, it was a city IT server problem that caused issues with both CAD and body-worn. But because of that experience, it doesn't look like they're entertaining options from other vendors. So we did not have the ability.
So I guess another question then, in other, dealing with other municipalities, say a city owns the system and the county joins, does the city, because pretty much what L3 Harris is saying is that because the county is joining our system, it's costing us less. This is not counting the $2 million that they're giving us. They're saying originally if we were to buy the system and we were the only ones on the system, it would be $12,580,000. But if we have the county join us,
That's for the entire county, city-county system, right?
No, that's just the cities.
Yeah, I'm not tracking those numbers. That doesn't quite make sense to me.
Those are higher than they've ever been, if it's city-owned.
Wait, let me look. Scenario 1.
I think if you're trying to get to a concept of,
Well,
if there was an apples to
cost
apples.
savings, is there cost savings if we were to join with?
If you guys were to proceed with a Motorola solution and say, hey, great, we've now built 3 sites out within the city, so now the county, you only require 2 additional sites. That's very minor incremental cost required because the core equipment is already there, everything else is already there. The only thing that's being lost is the ability for L3 employees within their building to be able to use your system. So that's the difference between those 5 sites versus 7. So yes, there would be some cost savings if the county were to entertain following suit with Greenville and a Motorola solution. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say something if I can.
Yes.
Just to kind of follow on to what you were saying, in contradiction to some degree, I think it's very important that we trust our own process here. We spent over 3 years evaluating the systems and preparing for this process, and our public safety professionals have given us a recommendation. The basic facts have not changed, and their recommendations. So at this point, I think I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we approve the most recent Motorola proposal.
There's a motion, is there a second?
So what was his motion again?
There's a motion that we accept whatever the Motorola proposal is at this time.
I second that we accept the Motorola agreement.
Okay, please vote. And it passes 4-2. Okay, moving on to the next item.
Actually, I have a quick question for Motorola. Okay. So now that you got the contract, are you going to withdraw your open records request? It's going to cost thousands of dollars in city taxpayer fund savings.
If we get a signed contract, we're good, yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along to item 7C, consideration and action on ordinance accepting and awarding the bid of real property located at 3109 Webb Avenue, Summersburg, please.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we had a citizen that lives near to our park off of Webb Street. They approached me about extending their property line to the back side of their property. Their neighbor's property extends to the back side. And so we looked at it from a public works standpoint because there is a drainage ditch that runs close to that piece of property. And also checked with the Parks Department to make sure there wasn't any future plans to expand at that location. And so after talking with all of them, we decided, okay, yeah, we would be able to part with this property. It's approximately 4,220 square foot of property that we wouldn't use in the future. There's no other access besides through Mr. Baker's property. And so he would be the only one that would be interested in this. He doesn't plan on building a house on it, really just plans on extending his property line back to that area. Double checked with Brent South on a price and comparables, and we had a minimum bid that we put out there, put it out to bid, and Mr. Baker has bid on it, and we would hope that you would accept it tonight.
So we're extending where the black box is right here?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and so he would just extend and see how his neighbors kind of goes to that back area. So he's just going to extend that so that his kids can play and dogs, and he would extend his fence. He would be required to replat the whole entire property with his property, so he couldn't sell it piece by piece in the future. He'd sell the whole thing. So if he gets approved, then he would replat it to his whole property or work with Steve to do that.
Okay, so are there any other questions? Okay, is there public testimony regarding this issue?
No.
Being no public testimony, what's the pleasure of the council?
I'd make a motion to approve it.
I'll second.
It's detective. Do I just, there, let's see. It's frozen. It's frozen.
Okay. Please vote by raising your hand. Okay. Passes unanimously. Item 8B, consideration and action on a resolution approving city council subcommittee assignments. And I ask input from the city council members. Input, here's the city council's, well, two of you, please. We were approaching the meeting.
You skipped AA. You went right to AB.
I'm on AB now, we just approved AA.
No, that was the action resolution for the fiscal year. We did 7C.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Consideration of resolution adoption.
Okay, consideration and action on a resolution adopting fiscal year 2022-2023 council goals and objectives. Summer?
Yes, Mayor, we presented these goals to you probably, I don't remember, a couple meetings ago, and asked for any suggestions. These were just suggestions that staff came up with, and so we would just ask, moving forward, that we could approve these. These would be council goals, and then we could move forward in the budget process, which we're still budgeting, so we're kind of following along those lines. But if there's anything specific that we would, a goal that we would need to meet, then we'd want to obviously put that in the budget before we propose it to you guys, which are getting to that. You'll have the first proposed budget in the first meeting in August. And so if there's any suggestions or changes, we would entertain those and put them in there. These are your goals, and these are just suggestions by us as staff. And so if there's anything you'd like to add or take away or do anything like that, or anything that we'd like to meet that you don't see on there or that you don't want on there, then certainly these are your goals. They're city council goals. So we'd be happy to change anything.
Okay, we've discussed this several times. Are there any suggestions or recommendations regarding these goals? If not, what's the pleasure of the council? First of all, let me ask if there is public testimony regarding this. There being none, what is the pleasure of the council to adopt these goals as presented before you?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion. Second, please vote. I'm sorry. Kenneth, did you have a question?
No, I had seven.
Oh, okay. Okay, and it passes unanimously. Consideration action on a resolution approving city council subcommittee assignments. I was in mid-sentence when Kristen reminded me I skipped an item. I asked for input from city council members regarding this issue, and I didn't receive any. We were approaching the meeting deadline, and so one of the things that we did this year is we consolidated some of the boards and commissions that we have there. And I think there are only 5, so it's impossible to appoint a chairman for each committee. But what I did as an interim, since there's a vacancy on our council right now, I made an interim appointment of everybody since I didn't get in. The only person I got input from at the very last minute was Terry Thomas. I think eventually after we made the appointments, Kristen did email me, and I have hers. But if you have an interest in serving on one of these particular boards or committees, I wish you would let me know. And when after the election, after the new member is sworn in after the election, we will reappoint these for the remainder of the year. But these are the ones that we have now, and I think the Governance and Fiscal Affairs Committee needs to meet in the next week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so we'll do that.
So we had an airport committee, right? That's no longer.
We have something under the airport committee, I don't know where.
It falls under public safety.
Public service.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In
Oh,
fact,
okay, I see.
in fact, I think airport committee had been abandoned even before last year, was it not, or not?
Like a board and commission.
Yeah.
Has been suspended for several years.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right. Okay, what then, what is the pleasure of the council regarding these boards and these?
So we're making just a temporary decision right now on the appointments of the subcommittees, correct? Until elections in September.
Until we fill the vacancy in September, these are the boards and commissions that will be in place, yes. These are the ones I've appointed.
Effective now.
Effective now.
Is it in the packet? What I see in the packet is blank.
Well,
you
didn't get a, okay.
You on neighborhood and facilities and development?
Okay. You want me to tell you what you're on, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay, you're on the boards and commission appointments for the current time.
Yep.
You are on governance and fiscal affairs, okay?
Committee,
And you are on neighborhood and facilities development.
and water committee.
And then there are ad hoc committees. And you are on the water committee.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, no objection.
Okay. So these will stand until the office is filled on November, on September the 6th.
So if one of
And
these
sworn in.
committees, we feel as if maybe someone else on council would serve better on that committee, if we vote no, like we don't agree to this, is it gonna make a difference?
You can vote no, but these are what the committees are gonna be until I reappoint them, yes.
Okay.
You wanna vote no, you can. What is the pleasure of the council?
I'll get a copy.
Move to
I
approve.
move that we
Okay, please vote.
Second.
Okay, and it passes 5-1. Consideration and action on a resolution declaring a vacancy in the City Council District 2. I guess that one's obvious, fairly obvious, I think. So I assume there's no public testimony. Mr. Evans, you've been pretty quiet tonight. You want to comment on this?
I won't
No?
get up to let him know.
Okay. Okay. What is the pleasure of the council?
Please, somebody.
Please vote yes.
Is there a motion?
Tim.
Move to accept.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ben,
Please
second.
vote.
Second.
Six.
Please, it passes unanimously. Item 8D, consideration and action on resolution calling for a special election for Tuesday, September the 6th. Another major opportunity for you, Mr. Evans? No? Okay. What is the pleasure of the council?
I make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Please vote. I don't know. And it passes unanimously. I'd like to ask the city secretary to read the consent calendar.
City Council meeting minutes from June 14th. Ordinance authorizing release of retainage for several construction projects for completion of work for the 50 million Bond Street project. Ordinance authorizing agreement for Scada software. Ordinance authorizing final payment for Traders Road repairs. And ordinance renewing professional service contract with Gaviton.
Are there any questions regarding those issues? Is there any public testimony regarding those issues? There being no public testimony, what is the pleasure of the council?
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
A second.
Please vote. Okay, GP, can you give us the May financials, please?
Feels weird being this close to y'all. I'm used to being 20 yards away. I'll be going over the May financial report, and as a reminder, at this point, we're 67% through the fiscal year.
Okay.
Our general revenues are a little above 21 million, or 76% of expected collections, and then our general fund expenses are 20.8 million, or 65% of budgeted expectations. Then our biggest pool of the revenues are property taxes at 7.8 million, making up 37%, and then the sales tax is 7.2 million, making up 34%. And then our biggest pool of the expenses is public safety, a little above 11 million, followed up by non-departmental expenses, a little above 3.6 million. So we're in good shape when you think of where we're at throughout the year, above expected collections and a little below budgeted expenses. Next is our sales tax. Year-to-date 2022 through May, sales tax collections are up 1.3 million, or 21% compared to fiscal year-to-date 2021 through May. Our sales tax target to make budget is 9.1 million. Year-to-date actual is at 6.9 million, so that leaves 2.1 left to meet budget. So we're in good shape there. Here's our sales tax. When you look at the current period collections, it was $923,970 remitted for May 2022. This was an increase of 0.16% compared to May of last year. And then just as a reminder, these are collected by businesses in March, reported in April, and then we get that disbursement in May.
So this is actually March sales.
What was that?
This is March sales, is what you said.
Correct, yes.
Right.
Yep. And then here's that history showing that allocation by year kind of leveled off after that big jump last year, but this just shows what that is year over year from 2013. This here is looking at our water and sewer revenues overall. Overall, those revenues are at 10.7 million, or at 66% of budgeted expectations, right at where they need to be, 67% through the year. And then breaking out what that 10.7 million makes up, water is 4.7 million, wastewater is 4.2 million, and then other fees, charges, and sales are 1.7 million. And then those red lines are last year, blue lines are this year, so you'll see we're pretty comparable. This is a review of the hotel motel occupancy tax. In May 2022, it came in at 64.8 thousand, which is an increase of 36.2% compared to last year. And then it's just that same story I've been telling every time, where we're tracking at that red line of last year a little up, and then you can pretty much throw out that green line because it's that COVID year, so it doesn't really make sense there. But we're trending how we should be, and just at that elevated level as we rebound from COVID still. And then does anybody have any questions? Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Looks like we're doing pretty well. Okay, Summer? Give your status report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This will be the status report as of June 28th. So Waste Connections, you'll see a little bit of an uptick in the May complaints as far as first complaints go. Second and third complaints are actually getting a little bit better. I don't know if it's the heat or what it has been, but those have gone up a little bit. We will be discussing, they have requested a rate increase, and that's what we need to discuss with the subcommittee that was approved tonight. So we'll need to talk about that and that moving forward. So if you'll look at last May and May of 21, we were about at 50 complaints there, so it's still almost double that. And still working with Juice, and Juice is tracking all that, so I have all that information to share with the committee. Utility cuts in May, there was 52. These are the contractor utility cuts. In-house potholes were at 49, so those were a little bit down from previous, but we're still working on those. Street sweeping on the miles, we only did 16 in May, and I'll have to double check with press why that jumped pretty low there, up from April.
Not gonna be happy.
I know. Yeah, Victor, yeah, he does enjoy that quite a bit. You'll notice, and remember in January it was down for repairs as well. Mowed areas, we continue to mow those the same. Obviously, we're probably mowing those a little bit more often. We haven't had a lot of rain, but still trying to clear those as quickly as we possibly can. And Press and his crew they're still working with the Hunt County as well with the inmate crew, so they're working with them as well. Line of sight for vehicles, try to keep those safe, especially around this time of year when the weeds are growing the quickest. So I'm still clearing those intersections. That TxDOT only gets twice a year, and we can get to them a little bit faster. And then also signs replaced, about 19. Those are just going to be the normal signs, whether they're street signs, stop signs, yield signs, any kind of signs like that we replace as well. The big jump back in February was for those historical neighborhoods. Raw water line, we're still kind of in the same position that we were previously. I think Press and his crews are still working, trying to secure pipe. Obviously, you know how long that took the first time, so we're still gonna, I'm just giving you a short update with that, and so we're still kind of designing that line. We're still working on other things in regards to our water supply, so we're still working on those. Not much of an update to give for this current month. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
I've had a citizen reach out to me. They don't have a council person right now, so they reached out to me. The area, the creek area between Bowie and I-30 has not been mowed for a long time.
Yeah, we're aware. Yep, we're aware. We're on it. We've gotten that phone call as well. So, yep, we're on it. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Eb Bordson, are there any items for city council discussion and proposed agenda items?
I want to propose an agenda item of
Discussing our lakes, especially our major ones, number 5, for our citizens who would like to have some accommodation of an old-time fishing experience and not the struggle of trying to fish and carry everything.
Okay, are there any other items?
I'd like to address our overhead utilities in the town. They're becoming quite an eyesore with the latest fiber that's being added. I drive by the corner of Park and Moulton, and there's just massive loops hanging down. And then as I noticed that, I notice them all over town
rat
now.
nest.
So that's quite an eyesore. I mean, I'm not a fan of overhead utilities to begin with, and that just makes it worse. I mean, Greenville, we have the whoever the company is on Stonewall, but I mean, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, the wad of cable they have going down the line is about that big now.
Well, can we mention that? I assume that's Juice Cable, right?
No.
Is it? It's not? No.
Spectrum.
Could be Spectrum.
Is it Spectrum?
Yeah.
I thought Spectrum was underground a lot.
No.
Not in the city.
Not very much.
But there's
underground.
two different ones.
They're underground
Cable,
today.
Spectrum, and starts with an F.
I might like to.
Frontier.
Frontier.
I might like to modify that issue a little bit, talk more about getting utilities underground in general.
Yeah.
I'd agree with
Well, yeah,
that.
clean up the utilities that are there and go underground. And how much copper do we have in?
So is that something that we can discuss in the subcommittees, and then you guys can give staff direction, because I don't really know what direction to go with that. They're not our utilities. I mean, they're easements that they have, so, I mean, that would.
People are operating under franchises though, right?
Not all of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them do.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so that, I mean, I'd want to have Daniel in there and have those discussions from a legal standpoint, because
Okay,
an ordinance, we don't have an ordinance that.
I don't know what committee that falls under, but we.
Probably neighborhood development,
Okay,
I would think.
that would be Kristen, Kenneth Freeman, and Ben Collins.
We did look at that about 10 years ago, and it can be done. It can be done. It just costs money.
It's a cost, yeah.
Or part of with redoing the streets, we put more utilities underground. Yeah, it's definitely a long term.
I wish we
It's not
put our
really short.
utilities underground on the north part of Stonewall when we put the lines in. I'll talk to Alicia about that. Okay, if there are no more discussion agenda items, you have the board and commission minutes before you, and we are going to an executive session now, and we don't expect a vote coming out. Thank you for coming tonight, and have a nice 4th of July.